Good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. President Trump starting a two-day tour, 3 states on the West Coast. Of course, today in Tucson, Arizona, as you see there, speaking at 5 o'clock Eastern. Then tomorrow he'll head to California and then on to Nevada in Las Vegas for a huge rally tomorrow night. A lot of miles on Trump Force One right now, of course, flying all the way out to the West Coast for a speech today about the economy in Tucson, Arizona. And then there will be a press conference tomorrow in LA and then that rally in Nevada. So a lot of coverage to get to. We'll have a lot of live team coverage as well, as Bobby McNeely will be in Tucson. He'll be picking up the live coverage on the ground there. And then also he'll be at that LA press conference tomorrow. And then, of course, that huge rally in Las Vegas. So you came to the right place for all things Right Side Broadcasting Network. And of course, a lot of discussions still this week in the 24/7 news cycle about the debate the other night. Of course, President Trump taking on 3 Democrats at once and then still cracks it out of the park, as you guys saw. We'll go over one of President Trump's Truth Social posts that he posted this week in regards to how he came across when it came to Tuesday night there in Philadelphia. A lengthy post, but something worth sharing on air. If you guys aren't on Truth Social, you can follow Right Side Broadcasting Network at RSBN. So it's at RSBN on Truth. And then on X, it's at RSB Network. So great places to follow Right Side Broadcasting Network, including on the great Rumble. Rumble, we have this awesome channel, RSBN. Most likely you're watching on Rumble right now. You're possibly watching on our app or the website or on YouTube, on X or on Facebook. We're all over the place because that's the way it is these days, right? Back in the day, it was kind of the one TV screen with maybe the bunny ears on top, and you're hopefully getting over the air broadcasting from back in the day, CBS, ABC, and NBC. Now, of course, there's so many ways to get to the news, but also to what you want to watch when you're streaming live. So obviously, Right Side Broadcasting Network, all about streaming live for you and showing you the crowds and interviewing everybody from the people all the way to seeing President Trump and a lot of those pre-programmed speakers as well. So a lot of great coverage, of course, over the years right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So again, today, President Trump kicks off a West Coast tour, 3 states in 2 days. The information that he'll be sharing today is about the economy and about how much it is actually just to live in some of the cities in Arizona. There's actually a local television affiliate there, KTVK, who actually did a research study on the 10 cities that are in the highest brackets for rent across the country. And 3 of those cities are from Arizona. So we'll get into that a little bit later as well. So we know that out of the 3 states on the West Coast, for California, Arizona, and Nevada, the 3 states that President Trump will be visiting in the next 48 hours, that there are 71 electoral votes at stake throughout those 3 states. So 54 up for grabs in California, 11 in Arizona, and 6 in Nevada. And of course, Nevada and Arizona are more of the swing states. We know that California has voted a certain way for a long time, but guess what? It's a different era. We've seen things that are unprecedented in this country, so who knows how things will turn out when it comes to the state of California. 54 electoral votes right there for that huge state out there. President Trump being at his National Golf Club in LA tomorrow for that press conference. We'll have that live coverage once again for you. So again, let's look at some of the specifics on today's speech on the economy in Arizona. We know that he'll be delivering remarks on the struggling economy and the rising cost of housing in Tucson. In fact, Arizona's inflation is at 21.8%, forcing families to pay, get this, an additional $1,178 more per month. Quite the number there. Now let's dive into that real quick, that study of the 10 cities, 3 out of the 10 U.S. cities where rents have increased the most are in Arizona: Tucson, Phoenix, and Mesa make the list. So Tucson, Phoenix, and Mesa making the list. So we can see the need for Maganomics, not only in Arizona, of course, but across the country. If you dive into a place like Tucson, for a one bedroom, it's about $959 a month just for a one bedroom, almost $1,000 a month. In a pretty small town. I mean, it's not Phoenix, right? So we'll get to more stats here in a second, but we do want to thank some of our sponsors for bringing us this live coverage today. And of course, we'll be going there live as soon as our cameras get access to Tucson, Arizona. A beautiful sunny day there today. Bobby McNeely actually sent me a photo of Tucson, and it's gorgeous skies there. So the West Coast, usually pretty beautiful out there. Hopefully the politics, especially in California, start going towards the right and red. But Birch Gold Group, all you have to do is text Trump to 989898 for more information on gold, silver, precious metals, and a tax-sheltered IRA and 401k. It's all good because right now we know the U.S. dollar fluctuates because of these BRICS nations who are trying to use their own specific local currency to devalue the dollar. So having a backup like gold through Birch Gold Group, always a good idea. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898 for more information. And this, through the election season, this is the free fight silver coin that you see there on your screen right here. I've got one right here. On the front is the insignia of our great leader, President Trump. When he said fight, fight, fight on J13 to a crowd that stayed there after that terrible day, that attempted assassination. And then on the other side of that coin is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the White House. So you get this free fight silver coin once you purchase a product with Birch Gold Group. So just text Trump to 989898 for more information on Birch Gold Group. You know, you think about the debate the other day and the fact that there was no respect for President Trump from the moderators and from Harris. This is 2 months ago, he almost lost his life, and there was nothing said about the health and well-being of President Trump. That reveals a lot, in my opinion. You think about maybe past debates. I mean, we're talking 10, 20, 30 years ago. You know, at least they would be a little bit jovial with each other, or they would, say a few things here and there, but they would be pretty respectful over the years. Of course, as you guys see now, times have really changed. And I want to get to one of President Trump's Truth Social posts here. We don't have a graphic for it, so I'm just going to kind of look down and read it for you. But it is quite the post talking about how he did in the debate. Again, it was a 3-on-1 Democratic verbal attack. So it was 3 people that were Democrats against President Trump. He stood his ground and still cracked it out of the park. So it was quite awesome. I was actually trying to find a sports kind of analogy to this. I mean, just imagine that in basketball. You got 3 people coming against you and 1 person still making the moves and getting the swish. That's pretty much what President Trump did the other day. Now, let me get to this statement here from President Trump. So if you're on Truth Social, if you want to follow along, if you go to President Trump's page, you can scroll pretty far down, not too far, but after a few of the articles he's recently posted. But he said, quote, "I won the debate, but was criticized by the radical left lunatics because I looked angry and forceful," quote unquote, angry and forceful. But think, why wouldn't I be angry? I love the USA, and it is being destroyed by grossly incompetent leadership, inflation, a terrible economy, horrible military decisions, no respect from around the world, and more than 20 million people, many from prisons and mental institutions, are pouring into our country and creating havoc, crime, and destruction like never seen before. This is President Trump talking about the debate the other night. Am I supposed to be smiling like Comrade Kamala Harris with her fake 1.5-hour smile and long practice facial expressions, despite all of the problems that she and Crooked Joe have caused? No, there's nothing to smile about. But there will be in the not too distant future when America makes the biggest comeback in history, November 5th, make America great again. You think about it, I mean, he's getting all these verbal attacks. He's not only gotten that, he's gotten all the lawfare against him. Then he gets his the attempted assassination. There's so many things happening against one person. And why are they picking on President Trump so much? Well, we know, because he's standing for America. He's standing for the free way it is in this nation. He stands for the Constitution. He stands for Old Glory. I'm not brainwashed here. This is not brainwashed, oh, I just like Donald Trump, or I love this country, and President Trump did great things in that first 4 years. So it's very common sense stuff. You don't need a degree in rocket science or whatever, right? At the end of the day, he's standing for us, we the people. And of course, he was a bit mad, at the debate. He's taking on 3 Democrats just slinging at him, and he still stood there, strong as the leader he is, the commander-in-chief of this great land, and the leader of the free world, still to this day. So, all right, that's that. Let's move on a little bit. Tucson, Arizona. Bobby McNeely, of course, will be taking over some of the live coverage. Of course, Bobby and I, you guys have seen us here in the studio as well, and a great guy, and always good to see him live there as well in Tucson. As President Trump will be speaking at 5 o'clock. And again, as soon as we get our cameras access there, we'll give you that split screen where you'll see the live footage from Tucson. As President Trump will be giving remarks again about the economy today in the Grand Canyon State. Again, 3 days, 3 states in 2 days for President Trump on the West Coast. We'll look at some of the other information that's happening out there, some key headlines for the 24/7 news cycle. We know also that the SAVE Act right now needs to be passed in Congress. Of course, basically put, the SAVE Act is all about making sure there's proof of citizenship to vote. That's something that many countries around the world have. Our country needs to have that as well. So the SAVE Act stands for Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, or the SAVE Act. It would require new voters to submit documentary proof of United States citizenship, such as a passport or a birth certificate, in order to register to vote. It seems like a good idea, right? Well, we know that Democrats aren't really on board. So we're seeing all of that go on Capitol Hill as that looming deadline for September 30th for a possible government shutdown versus getting the SAVE Act passed, and all this back and forth happening in Washington, D.C. But a lot of items in the 24/7 news cycle, of course, especially domestically, let alone what's going on around the world right now. But it's America first. We need to obviously take care of what's going on here, as we are facing a huge fork in the road, some 50 some odd days away, as there is early voting, as you guys know, throughout our country coming up in a number of states. So make sure to check your local county board elections office, figure out your game plan for whether it's early voting, absentee ballot, or if you're voting day of. Just obviously we'll have a plan moving forward. Pray a lot, work hard, continue on with the election integrity projects that are happening by so many great agencies out there, and volunteer as much as you can. Canvass neighborhoods. Obviously, we're respectful people. We'll, just share why you believe a conservative, common sense candidate is the right way to go, right? The people's president. So I think a lot of people, even on the left, some Democrats that are more moderate, realize how far the left-wing leadership has gone. This Harris-Walz ticket, as you guys know, is extreme radical left. Wanting to pour all of their woke ideology all over this country. It's already creeped into this country, but now we don't want it to continue under that kind of leadership. So I know I'm speaking for a number of you out there that believe that, and if you don't agree with what I'm saying, that's okay. You have obviously that right to do that. Looking at the 7 swing states at play, 93 electoral votes up for grabs out of these 7 swing states. So remember, for those of you maybe it's a little foggy for the whole Electoral College, right? So it's 270 electoral votes will get the victory for the presidency coming up on November 5th. So Pennsylvania, those of you watching there, a shout out to you guys at the Keystone State. 19 electoral votes up for grabs. In Georgia, there are 16. In Wisconsin, there are 10. Michigan, 15. Nevada, 6. And Arizona, 11. Of course, that's where President Trump is today. In North Carolina, there are 16 votes, or 16 electoral votes up for grabs there, and that all totals to 93. And I know New York isn't a swing state, but you never know. There are 28 electoral votes up for grabs. And speaking of New York, those of you on beautiful Long Island, on September 18th, next week, that's Wednesday night, the old New York Islanders arena, right? They play in Brooklyn now. Well, this old New York Islanders arena will be filled with MAGA because President Trump has a huge rally in Uniondale. I've actually been there before because I'm a pretty big hockey fan, so I saw the Islanders play there one time. But it's a cool kind of more of a historic hockey arena there. So obviously on Long Island too. I mean, it's going to be so packed, so crowded, so loud there for President Trump on Wednesday night, September 18th. Personal side note, it's my birthday, so it's kind of cool. But also, we know that Paul Ingrassia and Nikki Stanzione will be at that one live in Uniondale at that old Islanders arena. That's Wednesday night. But if you rewind to the 17th, so that's Tuesday, right? President Trump just announced, the Trump campaign put out an email. Many of you guys that received those on the media side, and maybe some of the podcasters have seen that as well, that on September 17th, Tuesday, President Trump will be in Flint, Michigan, and he'll be holding a town hall there. And then we heard that the Arkansas governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, will be moderating that. So a lot of coverage coming up. So let's kind of rewind, talk about the coverage real quick, as I know you guys are here to see President Trump and to see Tucson, Arizona. As soon as our cameras are getting the access they need, we'll be going live to Bobby McNeely, who's boots on the ground there in beautiful Tucson today. So Tucson at 5 o'clock, President Trump will be speaking, and then tomorrow at, I believe it is 10 a.m. Eastern time will be the coverage that starts. But I know President Trump will be in Los Angeles for a press conference, and then he will go to Las Vegas tomorrow for a rally tomorrow night. So a lot of coverage coming up just in these 48 hours, 3 states and in 2 days. And then as of right now, the next one would be on the 17th in Flint, Michigan, and then that rally in Uniondale, New York on September 18th on Wednesday. So a lot of coverage. And of course this week, I mean, President Trump, the debate in Philadelphia, then he went to New York yesterday, as you guys saw here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, just a beautiful kind of moment there when President Trump, J.D. Vance, Don Jr., Eric Trump, and others visited a FDNY fire station there on 9/11. It was kind of more of an unexpected show up there. Obviously, there's security and all, but it was great to see. And for those of you that joined us yesterday for that couple hours of coverage, thank you for doing that. And also, we just thank our sponsors for being able to go live and report, and also be able to bring our cameras to all of these events. So if you would like to donate at all to RSBN, all you got to do is text RSBN to 801-801. Whether it's $1 or $2 or $20, whatever, or nothing at all. If you can't do it, it's all good. We just love bringing you this coverage, and we're happy to have so many people recognize the RSBN name now, the Right Side Broadcasting name. Obviously, for years, people have been following Right Side Broadcasting Network. I only started here September 3rd of 2022. Right Side's been around since 2015 and has been building such a grassroots base of people around this whole country. And it's pretty awesome to be a part of that. I was thinking about it before the show started today, or this broadcast, and I thought, man, this is a grassroots organization of the people that started and now is continuing to flourish and continuing to grow. And it's just awesome to be a part of something that isn't bought and paid for by woke corporate people out there that are more into that liberal kind of mindset, right? Nothing against them personally, but it's just something we obviously don't agree with. But we here at the network have great sponsors, but also, again, for those of you viewers that like to chip in a little bit, it's text RSBN to 801-801. So we know that coming up, this fork in the road, we've got America First versus America Last. We've got freedom versus tyrannical, kind of more of a communist type of way of life, right? Where more control is to the leadership of the country and less to the people. But that is exactly the opposite, as you guys know, as to what our country is founded on, our principles, the Judeo-Christian principles, the Constitution of this country. We know that this is all about we the people. Abe Lincoln, our great former president, he said, this is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And he was saying that in that speech, that Gettysburg Address, that he said, shall not what? Quote unquote, he said, shall not perish from this land. Think about that. Back in the Civil War, that in Gettysburg. I remember visiting that spot in Gettysburg where he delivered that address. If you've ever been out there, it's a very powerful place to be. To know that Abraham Lincoln stood there and spoke to the Union Army and others there about that, saying this government is of the people, by the people, and for the people. So even then, in the 1800s, you know, Abe Lincoln, all about this country. And you move on, and we've had some other presidents that have done some great things, but you move on to 2016 when you have an outsider in there. Even before that, Ronald Reagan. You know, you guys have seen that movie possibly with Reagan. It's awesome, right? Well, now with President Trump, for the first 4 years, all about the American flag, all about the Constitution. The guy just loves the nation. There's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with that. And I know that that's why many of us out there love President Trump, but also love freedom, and that's what he's standing for. So it's kind of a simple thing. This is common sense talk here, guys. I'm not going to try and say a bunch of other things that are out there that might be some talking points on the left, because all of that is a false narrative anyway. But all right, so one of our other great sponsors is Tennessee Land. People are moving to the volunteer state, as a number of you know. I actually have some family in Tennessee as well. So American freedom is alive and well in Tennessee. And if it sounds good to you, check out some of these acreages there. I mean, 89.9 for, that's a lot of acres, by the way. This is say 86 acres. Yeah, it sure does. And then 5 to 86 acre properties from 89.9. There you go. All you have to do is go to 866-345-LAND.com, or just call that number right there on your screen, 866-345-LAND. Some beautiful land in that area. That's, I believe it's south of Nashville, in some of these areas that they're looking to sell off some land. So if you're in the market, a great place to live. Tennessee, I once lived in Nashville, worked in Nashville before, and quite the city for those of you guys that love music, right? Music City, USA. But this is a great group right here. And if you're looking for great prices for some acreage, right there, 866-345-LAND, 866-345-LAND.com. So we'll be getting out to Tucson here in a little bit. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for watching here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, as this is one day before a huge rally in Las Vegas, Nevada. Going to be a great packed arena there, or packed house there in Nevada. I believe it's at an expo center this time. I remember doing an event in Reno, Nevada, a gorgeous, gorgeous area as well. Flying in to land in Reno, seeing Lake Tahoe to the left of the plane, and landing there as President Trump spoke to a packed house in Reno as well. As we know, 6 electoral votes at stake in Nevada, so obviously another swing state. And we did speak with Lisa Noeth, who actually is with Asian Americans for Trump. She's also a writer here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. That interview will air tomorrow during our Nevada coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So once again, thank you so much for joining us. It's about 2:23 on the East Coast, and we'll be seeing President Trump today at 5 o'clock there on the West Coast. So I believe he's in Trump Force One right now, or maybe he already landed. I don't have the airplane tracker on at this point. I know some of our people here at the station have it, so maybe they'll let me know on that. But we'll be going out there soon. And again, tomorrow will be a press conference in Los Angeles. As you know, it's interesting. I remember being up in the LA region before and didn't even know that there was a Trump National Golf Course there. I should have stopped by, but definitely have seen some other Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas, and of course Trump Tower in New York, and then the Trump Winery in Charlottesville, Virginia. Some gorgeous properties, as many of you guys know out there. A lot of good merch to buy with President Trump as well. So we know coming up, you know, we're only about 53 days, maybe 54. I have to double check the last stat on the amount of days until the election. As you guys have been hearing a lot about the fork in the road coming up. I remember with Elon Musk and President Trump on X, there was a huge following there. So many people listened in live on that X Spaces. And Elon talked about that too, just the fork in the road that we're facing in this country. And we all see it, right? It's interesting because, this past weekend, we had, NFL football, college football, there's all sports going on, there's movies to see, there's things in life, but all of us in the back of our mind have this country on our mind, at least most of us do, right? And what direction it's going to go. And it's sometimes difficult, I don't know about you, but it's sometimes difficult to fully enjoy sometimes some of these things because of the concern of where we're at in this nation. So, win or lose would be, and in my opinion, would be only a stolen election if we were to lose this 1 in 24. But because we see so many people that are on board for President Trump. So, we'll see what happens, right? But I know that we're working on election integrity, and so hopefully it is a free and fair election. So at the end of the day, it's the votes that count. And so that's what's happening. So a lot of get out the vote things happening throughout the country. I remember running into Scott Pressler in Johnstown, PA. He's always registering people to vote. And I ran into some volunteers with Trump Force 47 in Johnstown as well. Everyone doing everything they can to get out the vote this November. So we look forward to seeing you guys here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And it's always fun to see you guys at all of the events that are out there interviewing you. We don't just do that just for kicks. Like, we love to connect with you guys out there because we're all on the literal same team of we the people, and so many common sense kind of sound bites that you guys give us out there, because that's really what it's about. It's common sense versus communism, right? That's kind of what we're facing. I say it with ease right now, but it's really what we're facing out there. And President Trump said it, Carrie Lake has said it, and others out there. So it's obviously time to team up and be on Team Freedom as we move forward for this November 5th election, which is getting to be closely around the corner here in the country. So if you're just joining us right now, Matthew Alvarez here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's about 2:30, almost 2:30 on the East Coast. We'll be going to Tucson, Arizona, where Bobby McNeely will be live there. And maybe we'll be able to talk with him a little bit in some of our coverage a little bit later. But it'll be great to see him out there in Tucson, and as our cameras get access to the Tucson region. And then, of course, President Trump will be sharing a speech about the economy at 5 o'clock. If you're just joining us, I want to share with you this stat real quick about the KTVK, one of the local affiliates out there. They posted an article about 3 out of the 10 U.S. cities where rents have increased the most are in Arizona. So you're looking at Phoenix, of course, Tucson, where President Trump will be today, and Mesa making the list. In Tucson, for a 1-bedroom, it's about $959 a month. So you're pushing $1,000 in a smaller market, right? Tucson is definitely not the big Phoenix market, and you're already pushing $1,000 just for kind of a 1-bedroom. I know that a lot of places have these kind of sky-high prices. If you look at some of the statistics from the Harris-Biden administration, you guys know that the percentage of all of the goods are so high, they're increased so much. So, of course, President Trump talking about the economy today. Always good to hear about Maganomics for the future, which would be great to have that again here in our country. So I'm going to look for the statistics here, right here. Under Harris and Biden, car insurance, 54% increase on car insurance. Hotels are up 21.2%. Gas is up 50.5%. Transportation, 32%. Rent up 22%. And groceries are up 21.6%. So, yeah, we know what it was like under President Trump versus what it is like now under Biden and Harris. And speaking of Biden, how about the hat yesterday that he wore? The Trump 2024 hat. I saw that on Truth Social. I don't know about you guys, but I thought that hat was an AI thing. That was the biggest smile, by the way, that I've seen Joe Biden do in a long time. Didn't he have a huge smile? If you don't know what I'm talking about, President Biden, or Joe Biden, the guy that's called president in this country, he was in, I believe it was Somerset County, Pennsylvania. He was visiting some firefighters there on 9/11, right? And one of the older people there said, hey, wear this hat, wear this 2024 Trump hat. And you can listen in on Truth Social for more information on that, but on exactly what was said. But Biden definitely put on a Trump 2024 hat. And it was pretty comical as he was smiling with that hat on. I thought it was a joke, but actually it was the real deal. So quite interesting yesterday in Somerset County. And of course, those of you that have been to the Flight 93 National Memorial, if you saw on my Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez, I posted a photo from 2021 from the Flight 93 National Memorial. And just like in New York City in Lower Manhattan, when they put up those two beams of light, there's a beam of light that's at Flight 93. Pretty powerful stuff. And think about it, like, out there in that field in Pennsylvania, this huge beam of light that goes from the ground all the way to the sky, and it literally lights up the top of the sky right there. So if you want to take a look at that photo, it's on Matthew Alvarez on the Truth Social. But if you don't want to go there, just Google, flight or DuckDuckGo Flight 93 and that tower of light. It's an absolutely kind of a beautiful memory of the people that were lost there, right? To be able to honor and pay the respects. And that's what President Trump did yesterday. He was in Shanksville, as you guys know, out there in Lower Manhattan just yesterday, as you guys saw. And if we want, guys, we can maybe pull up some of the firefighting, the footage of his visit yesterday. I know that that was quite the scene there as well when he was in Lower Manhattan at the ceremony at Ground Zero. Then he went up to another fire station there where 14 firefighters died on 9/11 there. President Trump was there meeting with other firefighters, meeting with friends and family and others. So it was kind of a beautiful scene there as people connected. And I think that's what President Trump is why he's liked so much by so many people, right? He's just the authentic, genuine person. And it's nice to see that connecting with the American people. So, I mean, I can go obviously on repeat about why President Trump is the right person for the job. We, the people, we get to hire and fire who we desire, hopefully, right, in the election system. We say we want to hire this candidate, right? And this candidate stands for we the people, or this candidate does not stand for we the people. It's pretty simple stuff. It's common sense, right? And that's what we're facing coming up this November. Speaking of coming up, the Trump administration, as you guys know, it's something that has been said here on this network before, but I believe it's good to remind all of us, so we're all on the same page out there. The 2024 GOP platform. Number one is to seal the border. And number two is to carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. Number three is to end inflation and make America affordable again. How about number five, stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. Number six, large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips. Number seven, our favorite, at least mine, defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our fundamental freedoms, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms. Number eight, prevent World War III. Obviously, all of these are our favorite because these are all common sense, great things for this country. And it's as simple as that. Number eight, prevent World War III, restore peace in Europe and in the Middle East, and build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our entire country, all made in America. Let's go to number nine, end the weaponization of government against the American people. Number 10, stop the migrant crime epidemic, demolish the foreign drug cartels, crush gang violence, and lock up violent offenders. Let's stop there real quick. As you guys know, on the southern border, we've got so much going on. We've got peaks and spikes of crime now from migrants that are illegal immigrants in this country. Nothing against the legal legal immigrants, right? We are a melting pot in this nation. But the point is the illegal ones, right? Some of the gangs, the Aurora police, did come out and say that is a Venezuelan gang that was taking over a complex there. I mean, you've got things like that happening in this country. These are the kind of things that President Trump and a new Trump administration would do, is to clean up the nation, right? Law and order, make America safe once again. Remember the RNC? Make America great once again. Make America strong once again. Make America wealthy once again. Nothing wrong with any of that. Hey, you've got my vote, right? And I know he's got a lot of your votes out there as well. Let's look at number 11. Rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. Number 12 is strengthen and modernize our military, making it without question the strongest and most powerful in the world. Number 13 out of 20 GOP promises to the American people, keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. Number 14, fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts, including no changes to the retirement age. Number 15, cancel the electric vehicle mandate and cut costly and burdensome regulations. Let's go to number 16 here. Cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, radical gender ideology, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. Number 17, keep men out of women's sports. Number 18, deport pro-Hamas radicals and make our college campuses safe and patriotic again. Number 19, secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter ID, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship, aka the SAVE Act. And number 20, unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. 20 GOP promises, 20 things that would make America great again. A beautiful list there, all good for we the people, all good for our economy, all good for our safety, all good for our freedoms, right? All good for keeping the moral fabric of our nation intact. So it's that versus the complete opposite. The complete opposite. I saw Jack Posobiec the other day on Truth Social saying breaking news about Kamala Harris, and the facts were that the platform that Bobby McNeely and I have talked about right here at this desk at our studios for Kamala Harris, there was not a platform on her website, her campaign website. Well, the breaking news that Jack Posobiec broke was the fact that she copied and pasted Joe Biden's platform and then put it on her website. It's the same old thing. And the fabricated or the memorized answers the other day at the debate, being a liar, and then you could be a really good liar, right? Maybe she's just a really good liar too. She probably is. Because at the end of the day, we know what we've seen in this country. I don't know how we don't, right? We see the gas prices, we see the rent prices, we see constitutional freedoms being attacked, we see censorship, we see all of these things happening. These are not things that the people want. So if Kamala Harris was saying if she was saying these 20 points here that President Trump's saying, well then guess what? Kamala Harris would be a Republican. But she's not, and she's on the left. And as you guys know there, I know I'm preaching to the choir to a lot of you here. We are waiting for Tucson, Arizona. As soon as our live cameras get some access there, we'll go to Bobby McNeely live there as we await President Trump to speak at 5 o'clock today. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We got a lot coming up over the next 48 hours. Tucson today for President Trump. Tomorrow morning, Los Angeles. Then we'll head to Las Vegas tomorrow night for a huge Friday night rally. And then if you go all the way to next Tuesday in Flint, Michigan, a town hall with President Trump. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the governor of Arkansas, will be moderating that. And then Wednesday, Uniondale, New York, on Long Island, President Trump holds a huge rally at the old New York Islanders hockey arena. It's going to be quite awesome. Paul Ingrassia, Nikki Stanzione, there holding down the fort live in New York. coming up on Wednesday. That is must-watch TV, and so is all of this. And I know it's not so-called old school TV. It's streaming now, right? A lot of apps are streaming out there. It's kind of the wave of the future. You have Rumble, of course. You've got YouTube, and most of you or all of you are watching maybe on a TV screen, but of course streaming. So thank you so much for doing that. Let's go to American Financing, another great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. $854 a month. You can save an average of that number by calling that number on the screen. These guys are going to help you to save that kind of money through the equity of your house, and they have a number of ways to help you save a big number, $854 a month. All you have to do is call 888-402-0299 for more information on American Financing. So we do know that $854 a month is like a $10,000 raise. Credit card interest rates are insane, and most of us are still carrying a balance from month to month, but all you have to do is call this number here with American Financing, because there are no upfront fees to get started to figure out how can I save that kind of money. American Financing, a great patriotic group right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, is the way to do it. So we thank them for being a great sponsor here at Right Side. So, I mean, we saw earlier about the airfare up 22.6%. You know, flying right now, even in kind of more of an off season, it's, you know, the summertime technically is over, but if you're watching from Florida or out there in Arizona, California, Nevada, and other places throughout the country, I mean, the temps are still hovering in a decent summer range for some of us. But that increase of 22.6% just to travel to see some loved ones if it's a bit further than a road trip. But then if you go on the road trip, then you got to fill up the gas tank, and the gas prices are so much higher than they were under President Trump. $1.87, the national average under President Trump. Now in various parts of the country, you're looking at anything from $2.79 and way up. So we know we want those kind of gas prices again here in this country. So looking from the domestic point, we're going to get, as soon as I know that we'll have our access to Tucson, we'll be going there live, of course, but looking at the foreign kind of things going on around the country or around the world right now. I saw a video the other day of Maduro down there in Venezuela. Do you guys know that Maduro just said that October 1st is now when they're celebrating Christmas? Maduro, right now, literally, you can look it up on DuckDuckGo and you can type it in. Maduro, October 1st, Christmas. He just said for the entire country of Venezuela that October 1st is when they're celebrating Christmas in that country. And we know that the people there don't want him as the president. Same thing with the people of Brazil. And many people in the UK as well don't want Keir Starmer there, you know. Again, it's the free world versus the left wing. And we're not talking about every Democrat across the country or people that have liberal ideology. I'm talking about the extreme left. Obviously, we don't want to go there with our country. So interesting, right? Maduro being the so-called leader of Venezuela saying that Christmas is now October 1st. Quite interesting there in Venezuela. We hope not to see that kind of stuff happen. Obviously, that probably wouldn't happen. But I mean, there's so many terrible things that could happen under a Harris-Walz administration. I remember interviewing Mike Lindell here talking about Minnesota. Obviously, Mike and his company are based there. The terrible things that happened in Minnesota under Walz. And think about that. Minnesota and California. You've got Harris from the Golden State there, and then in Minnesota with Walz. And what happened to their states when they were in charge there, and still Walz, still technically the governor? They went down the tubes. California, look, as President Trump says at the rally, San Francisco was a beautiful city. And now look at it, right? You look at how everything was handled with the riots in Minnesota, or the COVID lockdowns and the snitch lines, and some of the officers being ordered to shoot paintballs at neighbors or at people that weren't going in their houses off of their porches during COVID-19. That's Minnesota. San Francisco, as you know, remember when Xi Jinping went out there from China, they cleaned up all the streets in San Francisco to show that, oh, everything's nice, cleaned up all the junk on the sidewalks and cleaned it up. Well, I've been to San Francisco before. I'm actually a 49er fan. My family, I had people that my aunt and uncle lived in Sacramento. So I've been a 49er fan since I was a kid. I don't want to go back to San Francisco. The stadium's not even there anymore. It's in Santa Clara. It's not even in where it was, in South San Fran. You know, it used to be such a nice area. Now it went downhill. New York City, downhill. Chicago, downhill. We can make our cities great again under President Trump, as you guys know. So speaking of all those cities, you know, you think about when President Trump's at these cities, at the events, right? So many people from all walks of life there in support of President Trump. It's so awesome to be with everyone, right? In Atlanta, Georgia, I remember with Titus Ellis Smith, the other RSBN correspondent. I was there. I remember some of you talking about my suit, why I was wearing a suit. It was 85 degrees and humid and I was sweating and whatever. I remember that, right? But the point is, Titus and I were with people that are from all walks of life. And we just kind of went on camera together and shared our thoughts for this country and our thoughts for President Trump and voting for Trump. The left-wing media, as you guys know, try and pin everybody against each other on a constant basis. You'll see that on the cable news that's out there. And now we've got conservative media rising up to the call of freedom, rising up for the Constitution, rising up for we the people. So we're all in this thing together, you know. It's great to see so many people at Right Side Broadcasting Network that maybe have worked in mainstream media or worked in some conservative way and now have stepped into some roles that we literally want to work with you, the people. We want to interview you guys, and we want to keep the true narrative going, because so many times for so many years we've heard from the left wing and the fake news. And to get, obviously, the RSBN shout out the other day from President Trump was awesome. But at the end of the day, we're doing this, obviously, for the right person to be in office. But we also are doing it for freedom and for our country and for the true narrative and to have common sense in this country. And I think that's what all of us want. And I believe that's what you guys want in the media now. You want to make media great. I don't know if we could say make the media great again, because I don't know, has the media ever been great? I've looked at a lot of history with media. I don't see a lot of greatness except for covering world events and just having your camera there rolling on these events. I mean, it's great to know what's happening in that sense, but the opinion editorial from the left-wing vantage point has gotten so skewed and so woke and so anti-God, anti-our country. I have nothing wrong, obviously, for op-eds, right? You've got that in newspapers across the world. You've got opinion editorials. You've got all the cable shows with talk show hosts saying what they believe is what their truth is, right? But the point is, they're all reading from teleprompters. They only have a certain amount of time, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not reading from a prompter right now, but I do know that I just love the country, and it's great to be here with you guys. So my name is Matthew Alvarez, if you'd like to follow on Truth Social. Bobby McNeely will be live there in Tucson, Arizona. Of course, Bobby, an awesome person as well, worked in mainstream media for a few years in Alaska, worked at Truth Social, worked with tvOS. And always great to work with Bobby, and seeing Paul Ingrassia out there, Nikki Stanzione, Megan Kohler, and others. It's just wonderful to see. And I know that we're thankful that you guys are tuning in and watching this live coverage right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So Director, please let me know once we do get a little bit of a live look there in Tucson, as it is gorgeous in Arizona right now when it comes to the blue skies. I'm not sure how warm it's going to get today. I know in Vegas it's been quite hot, as you guys know, watching from the Silver State. And of course, very exciting times coming up in the Silver State tomorrow night in Las Vegas. President Trump holding a rally there. Before he does that, he's got two more stops. He's got today in Tucson, and then he goes to LA tomorrow morning, and then he'll be in Las Vegas. So the next 48 hours 3 states, 3 West Coast tour states there for the campaign. And we'll have all of that coverage from start to finish, from the people to the president. We'll have all that coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So thank you guys so much for following us too on Truth Social at RSBN, and then at RSB Network on X. So it's at RSBN Network on X, and then at RSBN on Truth Social. You can also download our RSBN app. A great way to watch. I know my mom, I believe she watches on the app, so if you're watching, hello, Mom. So the RSBN app, as well as the rsbnetwork.com website. And also, if you just go to our X page, you can see the live views there, and also on Facebook. So there's so many places to watch Right Side Broadcasting Network. And of course, since 2015, just celebrated in June, 9 years of covering the Trump rallies. And it's always fun when you see the split screens here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and you see the crowds all over the place. And having been to so many rallies, like many of the correspondents here at Right Side, we see the people pack the entire arena. You know, when we first get into a lot of the arenas, right, or the stadium or the outdoor venue, let's just go with the arena for this example, and let's go to Atlanta, Georgia, where Titus Ellis Smith and I were there live. We're on the Media Riser. We were just outside interviewing people. We go there, we're talking on camera, and we can look all around that arena, and we can see that the lower bowl is packed. We see that the upper bowl is slowly getting crowded, and then by the time the pre-program starts, the entire arena, literally every seat, from if that's the camera right there, from here all the way around is packed. The only ones that might not be crowded are right behind the Media Riser, because you can't see anything, and sometimes it's even roped off. So I've seen at a lot of these arenas since day one. I remember I was with my wife at the Wilkes-Barre Scranton event. That was my first. At the time, she was my girlfriend. September 3rd, 2022. That was my first time working with Right Side, and we get there, and there was a few seats that were not taken yet. And you saw some of the fake news going over. Well, this was a packed house. If you go onto my Truth Social, you'll see it was crowded. It was loud. It was talk about electric. It was electric. And these fake news people, I saw 2 of them. Even my wife told me, she goes, "Hey, look what they're doing." And I saw them taking photos of empty seats. There's a few empty seats that weren't filled yet because the stinking thing didn't start yet. That's the kind of thing that they try and do on the left. And they realize that they've got a lot of power. This phone has a lot of power. It takes that one photo, they post it out, and before you know it, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people believe that this is true, what they're showing you. That's what's great about Right Side Broadcasting Network, and that's what's great about conservative media, because we're not trying to dupe you, the people. We're in this with you. We want our country to be restored. We want it to be saved. We're not in this to pull a curtain over your eyes. You know what I mean? So that's what's awesome about Right Side. You know, we're pretty transparent, as you can tell. So we'll be going to Tucson here at any minute. Directors, if you could let me know how long you think it'll be until we're in Tucson there live, as we are at 2:52 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side. Bobby McNeely will be there live in Tucson for President Trump's speech at 5 o'clock. Again, this is going to be remarks about the economy today. Again, about all of the rising prices for people in that region. If you look at it, Arizona's inflation has increased by 21.8%. It's at 21.8%, forcing families to pay, get this, additionally per month, $1,178 more a month just to live there. That's under Biden and Harris. How can Biden and Harris even argue this, right? You know how they say proof in the pudding? Well, that's proof in the pudding. It's proof in the pudding when you go to your gas tank, and it used to be $25 to fill a tank, or $27 or $22 or $42, depending on what kind of vehicle you have. And then you remember when at some of the peak of the prices, be interesting to see if some of the prices so-called go down as we get closer to the election. You know what I mean? But yeah, so $1,178 per month, forcing families to pay that in Arizona. Tucson, Phoenix, and Mesa made the list, the top 10 cities across the country where the rent is the highest. Mesa, Phoenix, and Tucson have made that list. So 3 cities in Arizona alone, the Grand Canyon State. So we can see our need, of course, for Maganomics to make a return. And if you're just joining us right now, Matthew Alvarez here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're slowly approaching the top of the hour, 3 o'clock on the East Coast, 12 o'clock on the West Coast. And President Trump to speak at 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. on the East Coast. And so, again, as I was saying, though, a lot going on, of course, in the 24/7 news cycle. A lot of information being talked about with the debate the other night. As you guys know, 3 Democrats versus President Trump on the national stage, and President Trump still cracked it out of the park and did an awesome job, as we saw there in Philadelphia, not too far from Independence Hall. Interesting that ABC News, they put the entire debate stage, if you remember looking at it, it said up behind it, "We the people." And they act like they're so in love with we the people and the Constitution, and they act like it's all presidential. It's a joke. That was a joke. What they did there was an absolute joke. President Trump was the actual president. He won in 2016. We know what happened in 2020. And here we go for 2024, hopefully this time free and fair election. Let's go to Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898. This is pretty awesome. This is a free fight silver coin. You get this by purchasing a product with Birch Gold Group. So text Trump to 989898. On the front of it is exactly what you see there on the right of your screen. It's the insignia there. It shows President Trump with his fist in the air saying fight, fight, fight. On the other side of the coin, it is the front of the White House. A pretty awesome coin here. It's a free fight silver coin. So the first thing you got to do, of course, text Trump to 989898. Get an info kit on Birch Gold Group. So gold, silver, precious metals. And then from there, you'll have to purchase a product in order to get the free fight silver coin. But this is always good. Think about it. Gold, silver, and precious metals, tax-sheltered IRAs, 401ks. The BRICS nations, you're looking at Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. And that list is unfortunately growing. Right? We know that this BRICS nations, they're up to something when it comes to finances and money and the future. But today we're talking about Birch Gold Group, and what I'm saying is that you can understand that the US dollar fluctuates because these other countries are using their local currencies instead of the US dollar. So to have gold, silver, and precious metals as that strong backup plan is always good, regardless of what's happening in our country. Text Trump to 989898. Get that info kit. Birch Gold Group, obviously a great sponsor and an awesome sponsor. Thank you guys as well for sponsoring yesterday's coverage where we were live in Lower Manhattan as President Trump made a stop at that fire station. If you guys missed that at all right now, you can look at the other link on Rumble or YouTube and watch yesterday's coverage as President Trump was shaking hands, taking photos with family, loved ones, other firefighters there at a station that lost 14 firefighters on 9/11. I still can't believe it's been 23 years as I retruth something from Bobby McNeely as well. It just doesn't seem like it's that long ago because it's an easy memory to access because of how wild that day was and how terrible it was. But you know, here 23 years later, 2024, what we're hoping for is a closed southern border. What we're hoping for is peace, prosperity, safety, freedom in this country. It is attainable. A lot of times we think only it's up to God to make a decision. I believe personally that God, we pray to God as He is our friend, right? He is our God, right? And we pray to Him, but we also have to work hard. We pray like it all depends on God, and you work hard like it all depends on you. That's what I was trying to say there. So basically you're asking God, hey, God, please save this country, but we also have to do our part. So a lot of times it gets a little bit confusing on who's in charge here. Well, He gave us a brain. He gave us the ability to fight for freedom. And when I say fight, I simply mean pray hard, work hard, vote, get out the vote, volunteer, work in election integrity. Let's be on the same team with this, and no infighting within the conservative movement. Let's be together as one team, Team Freedom, moving forward in this country. So there you go. It's a little bit of a monologue right there here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are at the top of the hour. It's almost 3 o'clock on the East Coast, 12 o'clock out there on the West Coast. President Trump to speak at 5 o'clock in Tucson. We'll be going to Bobby McNeely shortly. Matthew Alvarez, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, tomorrow's coverage will be huge in LA and Nevada as well. Again, this is Right Side Broadcasting Network live from Auburn, Alabama. We'll be right back.
Hi folks, RSBN founder and CEO Joe Seals here. Did you know there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right, there's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. If the president is able to push these funds out, we could see another prolonged inflation surge, just like during COVID. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects that high prices had on most Americans. But there's hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings in uncertain times. To see how to protect your IRA or 401k, get your free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Birch Gold makes it seamless to roll over your retirement account while preserving your tax advantage status. Don't wait for the president's spending spree to tank the dollar further. Protect your financial future now. Text Trump to the number 989898 for your free info kit from Birch Gold.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
And welcome to Tucson, Arizona, where President Trump is focused on an economic speech, presenting it on a West Coast swing. I'm Bobby McNeely with RSBN. Thank you for tuning in with us on this beautiful afternoon in America. If you were watching earlier, we had the magnificent Matthew Alvarez in studio covering so much of what's gone on in this week in American politics, a big week in American politics. We had the first debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, and that was on Tuesday, and an interesting falling out from that debate. President Trump is doing very well with swinging independents. In certain polls, he's moving it up by 14 points or more. And some of the criticisms against President Trump for not digging deeper, perhaps, mostly coming in certain Republican ranks. And it's interesting to talk to different voters and people in the swing state of Arizona. I was speaking with Bill and Diane, two volunteers at this MAGA rally today here in Tucson, and them talking about how really unfair fake news ABC was, as the moderators asked some very good questions to start off the debate, but really had very poor follow-ups. Mainly the fact that they had at least five fact checks against President Trump and zero fact checks against Vice President Kamala Harris. And here's what's interesting about those fact checks. Many of those points actually had to be fact checked themselves. Let's just start off with January 6th. As President Trump rightfully said, one person died that day by, sadly, an out-of-control police officer, and that was Ashley Babbitt. She was a veteran doing 4 tours of duty overseas in Iraq and Afghanistan, defending liberty against radical terrorism and radical Islamic terrorism specifically. And she paid the price simply for being in the Capitol. One person died that day. You had Vice President Kamala Harris peddling even more lies and falsehoods regarding that, saying multiple people died that day. And that wasn't the only gaffe on the part of the vice president. Her campaign coming out saying that she wants another debate. And just being around professional politics during my career and having worked on several campaigns, when a campaign comes out and says it wants another debate immediately, it means that they think their candidate fell flat. And right off the bat, the ABC moderator, David Muir, asked a very good question right off the top. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And she talked about her biography. She's trying to introduce herself to the American people because, quite frankly, she is not doing interviews. She's not reaching out to the American people. Only one. There's been one interview, and that was with her running mate, Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. And that was with CNN's Dana Bash. And CNN has been actually very fair, calling out the inflation and the Bidenomics that have caused such a skyrocketing within the cost of living. President Trump closing that debate very strong, saying, if you were going to do all these things that you laid out today in this debate, why didn't you do it for the last 3.5 years? Why didn't you go back to that beautiful White House and tell President Biden, hey, we need to go this direction? Of course, as we know, she was the border czar. And these are reports by Washington Post, by New York Times. If you go back to 2021 and 2022, you can see that she was tasked with that. And she has failed at that job of being border czar, securing our border, fentanyl pouring through the border. And perhaps no one knows it better than the residents here in Tucson, Arizona. We're only 57 miles from Nogales, Arizona. And that is right on the border. And what people have faced here in Arizona has been just a flooding, a trafficking of not only labor and sex trafficking, but of drugs and the fentanyl crisis. Of course, President Trump pledging and telling the Chinese Communist Party, if you continue to do this, if you continue to funnel drugs through the cartels, through our southern border, there will be a price to pay, of course, peacefully and patriotic, as President Trump knows how to do. But what's so interesting, going back to that debate on Tuesday, talking about how independents were actually moving the needle towards Trump as a result. Some even saying on CNN, I may not like the personality, but I know what President Trump did when he was president. I know what he'll do to protect me and to protect the economy, and my life will be better as a result. Also, another major gaffe on the part of the vice president was the fact that she called January 6th the worst domestic attack since Pearl Harbor on the eve of the anniversary of 9/11. 23 years later, here we are, so many of our lives changed and shaped by the horrible days when 2,977 innocent Americans perished on that fateful day in New York City, in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and at the Pentagon. A moment of bipartisan celebration as President Biden was actually visiting Shanksville right before President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance, and he put on a Trump MAGA hat and signed an official presidential hat for one of the attendees. So that was a fun moment, and perhaps President Biden now being MAGA himself. President Trump mentioning during the debate with Vice President Kamala Harris that he was going to send her a red hat. So we'll see how that goes on during the campaign. Of course, much testimony happening on Capitol Hill, whether it's parents and family members of victims of trafficking, of illegal alien migrant crime. Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of New York, also testifying on COVID protocols. And of course, right now, this bill being held up on funding the government, Speaker Johnson and the Republicans wanting proof of citizenship in order to participate in elections here in the United States, a common sense measure, but of course, Democrats trying to push back on what the Republicans are calling for. So secretaries of state around the country actually testifying before Congress this week. And we'd like to thank our sponsors for bringing you all of the wall-to-wall coverage here at RSBN. Of course, we could not do that without them, and we're thankful for them giving us the opportunity to do that. One of our best is Tax Network USA. Are you struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? The IRS is escalating collections, adding 20,000 new agents and sending over 5 million collection letters. That was just to kick off 2024. And here we are, 54 days before the U.S. presidential election, coming very fast. In these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has saved the American people over $1 billion. Yes, $1 billion in back taxes. No matter the size of your tax issue, make sure the Patriots over at Tax Network USA can protect you, because they are the professionals. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate, they protect your assets from IRS seizures and manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance. So importantly, they are licensed to do this and to make sure that all of these state regulatory issues are also addressed. So they are licensed in all 50 states. So regardless of where you live in America, the clock is ticking. Do not wait for the IRS to take advantage of you. So go to Tax Network USA, and that's tnusa.com/RSBN. Call 1-800-357-1415. Don't let tax issues overpower you. Turn to Tax Network USA and find your peace of mind as we go into a very uncertain time here in America. And just going back to those issues from the debate, I want to highlight something that Fox News actually posted today regarding the fact checks in the Harris-ABC debate. Claim number one, there are no active duty military members in a combat zone. That is false. The moderators did not come back on that issue. Claim number two, Trump plans on implementing Project 2025 if elected. I am so frustrated personally for President Trump. Almost every day he has to repeat himself that he has nothing to do with Project 2025. This is a project of the Heritage Foundation, a wonderful organization who is working for limited government, but yet has their own plan of attack on how to deal with the many issues we're facing as Americans. President Trump is not associated with this. From his lips to our ears. Another issue, abortion. President Trump clearly talking about how proud he is that he appointed justices and judges at the federal level that ended up getting rid of Roe v. Wade. 52 years, as he mentioned in the debate the other night. This issue has torn America apart, and this has been sent back to the states. Republicans, Democrats, independents alike have called for it to be returned to the states, and now that's being decided on a state-by-state local basis, something he has to repeat on a regular basis because that is a falsehood being thrown out there by Democrats that he will put out national legislation to ban all abortions. It is just a falsehood. Claim number 3, Trump called for execution of Central Park 5 in the New York Times ad. That has been debunked on many occasions. He did not do that. And again, the moderator's not following up with Vice President Kamala Harris. Claim number 4, touted new leases for fracking in Inflation Reduction Act despite regulation undermining the lease promises. And what's so interesting about this Inflation Reduction Act, she was the tie-breaking vote in the United States Senate. It's actually skyrocketed in inflation, and I can go through those numbers just momentarily. Claim number 5, there are no women in America carrying pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. Look at the legislation. Oh, yes, we're looking at the legislation as well that is so interesting regarding abortion, because if you go back to Governor Northam in Virginia, he said, his own words, "We will lay the baby on the table and we will let the mother and doctor choose peacefully and patriotically about whether or not they're going to have an abortion or not." And then that is infanticide, as President Trump has said on multiple occasions. And being a former Illinois resident, I actually witnessed this with then Governor Rauner, Republican governor, who signed legislation into law that led to these late-term abortions. It then inspired Governor Andrew Cuomo at the time in New York and Governor Ralph Northam in Virginia. So President Trump being very consistent on this, that this is not even abortion, this is infanticide at this point. Claim number 6, took Trump's Charlottesville comments out of context. And Vice President Kamala Harris did do that. There's no question about that when she said, oh, there's good people on both sides. But then not talking about the follow-up comments when he was in Trump Tower saying, I completely disavow David Duke. I completely disavow the KKK. So some work to be done on the part of Fake News ABC, but that's why we're here at Right Side Broadcasting. That's why we join so many other great networks who are really trying to get down to the fact to bring you unbridled access to not only the president, but the truth at the end of the day, because that's the sad thing I would say in my own analysis about the debate the other night. The moderators failed, and therefore people were looking for facts. They were looking for, would their family be better off under Vice President Kamala Harris's policies, which are an extension of the Obama-Biden policies, or would they be better as they were 4 years ago under President Trump? And that really wasn't answered because you had this he said, she said, rather stalemate of a debate. And I'm really interested to see if we have a number 2. Maybe that will be with Fox News, perhaps NBC. Of course, here at Right Side Broadcasting, we'd be honored to host a debate and actually moderate in a free and fair format so you, the American people, can receive that information in real time and make a decision for yourself. And of course, elections, they are not decided by sitting at home. So number 19 of the Agenda 47 MAGA principles, those promises that were enshrined at the Republican National Convention, number 19, make a plan to vote, whether that's mail-in balloting, whether that's early voting or the day of. President Trump cannot implement his agenda unless you go out there, make a plan to vote, especially in important states like this one, Arizona, which will be one of 7 states making these crucial decisions. And again, I was speaking to Bill and Diane, great MAGA patriots who are volunteering today. There's quite the energy coming in. People are now filing in, as you can see, for what's going to be a policy speech on no tax on tips, making housing affordable again. And that's what we have here. I'm just looking at a list on my phone. Energy under the Trump administration was down 0.7%. What you have with the Harris-Biden administration, 40.2%, and that was an extraordinary point on President Trump's behalf the other night, where he spoke on the fact that Nord Stream 2 was approved. If you're not familiar with this pipeline, it goes from Russia into Germany. President Biden clearing the way for that, although he banned fracking and banned oil drills and exploration in Anwar in Alaska. Even President Reagan could not achieve that momentous thing up there in Alaska, because we have, folks, liquid gold under our feet, whether it is Pennsylvania, West Virginia, parts of Virginia, throughout this country, and especially in Alaska. We need that oil and gas to keep this country going. So it's not a laughing matter when it comes to our daily activity. As large of a nation as we are, 360 plus legal 360 million plus legal residents, and God knows how many more 20 plus million illegal aliens who have poured over our border. President Trump calling on the largest mass deportation that will take place after he swears the oath of office on January 20th, 2025, to make America great again and to deport all of the illegal criminals here in our country. Gas, down 6.8% in inflationary rates under the Trump administration, up 50.5% under Biden and Harris. Electricity, 4.5% under Trump, now 31.7% under Biden-Harris. Fuel oil, a negative 5.1% under Trump, up in the red, 49.1% with Biden and Harris. And I can go on and on. We'll touch on many of those throughout the telecast. Here in Tucson, Arizona, I'm Bobby McNeely, proud to bring this coverage to you, the American people, live from Tucson, Arizona. So much happening this week on Capitol Hill, whether that be Andrew Cuomo testifying on his COVID action and inaction during 2020 and 2021, the spending bill, the Congress not getting to a consensus as we move towards the spending limits and a shutting down potentially of the government. President Trump via True Social saying that the Republicans should not move to pass that spending bill unless the election integrity is included in that. Of course, we have many testimony from the parents and victims of what has taken place by illegal alien violence and crime. Kayla Hamilton speaking very boldly. Her daughter, Tammy Nobles, murdered by illegal aliens just the other day. It was shameful to see that Veronica Escobar, Congresswoman from Texas, a Democrat, claiming that these parents and that these family members were just GOP pawns to implement a political agenda instead of just being there on behalf of trying to find solutions to a horrible situation, crimes that should never happen. I think of Laken Riley in my home state of Georgia, who was simply jogging in the afternoon. A very heavily populated area, was murdered by an illegal alien from Venezuela. New York prosecutors, DAs releasing him. This guy had a track record longer than most criminals. And he found his way to Georgia and murdered a beautiful nursing student. These wonderful people gone too soon. It shows you how important the integrity of government is and the importance of it to protect the general welfare of American citizens, whether that be at the federal level, through our military, through our border patrol, securing our border, or local police and fire. And God bless those who perished 23 years ago, just yesterday, remembering 9/11, a bipartisan show of support for the beautiful lives that were lost 23 years ago yesterday in New York, Pennsylvania, and in Washington, D.C. May God be with the victims and their families. And we now have that number of firefighters and first responders surpassing those who actually perished that day. Around 400 people who have passed away from 9/11 related illnesses and cancers for being in the rumble, searching for days, for weeks, even going on into months for fallen service members and colleagues. So very sad there. Bob Beckwith, if you remember, was the gentleman who was with President George W. Bush, then President George Bush, who said, "I hear you, the whole world hears you, and the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon." For us of those who are alive, seeing those moments, I'm sure we remember where we were on that fateful day. For me, I was in middle school, and I remember how wonderful the staff did that day, talking about what really mattered in life: family, faith, your community, and that one person can make a difference. So our thoughts and prayers continue to be with the victims of the September 11th attacks. And now we are 54 days away from the most pivotal election in American history, and President Trump putting at the forefront not only the economy, as he'll discuss today at this rally in Tucson, Arizona, but speaking on those issues of national security, especially our border. Because we don't know at the end of the day, folks, who has come over this border. Is it members of the Chinese Communist Party? Is it Al-Qaeda, ISIS? Do we have people from MS-13, as we've seen in Aurora, Colorado, Chicago, Illinois, and other areas throughout our great country? Each city, each state now becoming border states, victims of migrant crime. And President Trump having a plan to enact this being the most or the largest mass deportation effort since President Eisenhower in the 60s. Our thoughts and prayers also with folks in Malibu. Today there was an earthquake. Of course, there's a hurricane hitting the Louisiana and Texas coast. Be good to each other. Watch out for each other as uncertain things happen to the best of us. But we're fortunate to be MAGA patriots out here giving you unbridled access to the American people as we are focused on 54 days until the U.S. presidential election. And Mr. Director, my IFB is a bit queuing here, so I'm not hearing anything in case there's any call-outs for our sponsors we are so thankful for getting you this unbridled access to every Trump event. Just like to highlight some of the other news in the cycle today and throughout the week. Some brave celebrity action. As we know, Tyreek Hill, the superstar, is doing very well. He was arrested for driving I'm not sure on the term specifically, but speeding outside of the Miami Dolphins stadium the other day, and taking responsibility, saying I should have been more professional with our police officers in Miami-Dade, but taking responsibility for that. He was arrested briefly and then was able to play that game against the Buffalo Bills last week. John Bon Jovi actually shooting a music video in Nashville, Tennessee, and he actually helped save a woman's life along with his staff and crew. She was thinking of taking her own life jumping off a bridge, but a heroic moment by John Bon Jovi in that moment. And then Patrick Mahomes, if you're following the Kansas City Chiefs, one of the best teams, Super Bowl champions back-to-back. He is the NFL Super Bowl MVP. And him talking about how we need to break bread as Americans, not only defending his wife, Brittany Mahomes, who is a Trump supporter, but of course her friend Taylor Swift having endorsed Vice President Harris for the presidency. They're an interesting microcosm of American culture as we watch and enjoy football this fall in America. So interesting things to watch, and praising Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, and John Bon Jovi for speaking their piece and actually making, not only taking responsibility, but making heroic actions happen, serving their fellow man. But we are here today in beautiful Tucson, Arizona, in the desert, covering a MAGA rally where President Trump will focus on the economy and all things related to that. No tax on tips. Of course, he made the point in the debate the other night that he might send a red MAGA hat over to the Kamala Harris campaign because she seems to copy all of his MAGA points and principles. And of course, the top two that he's highlighting in a strong fashion, number one being the economy, number two very much focused on sealing and securing the border. That has been of a paramount to protect the border. As we know here in Arizona, fentanyl coming in. We talk to the Border Patrol on a regular basis, and then mentioning that they do not support the Biden-Harris agenda, that we need safe and secure borders to make sure that America can be made safe again, strong again, secure again, and ultimately to make America great again. The news cycle has been full of congressional testimony. It is so highly focused on what has happened as a result of the open border. Kayla Hamilton, the mother of Tammy Nobles, giving heartfelt, heartbreaking testimony regarding the murder of her daughter and the horrible things that have really happened across this country, whether it's MS-13, Venezuelan gangs, or criminals who have come across this border not only from Central and South America, but from around the world, creating migrant crime in communities across America. I've mentioned Aurora, Colorado, Chicago, Illinois. We have Laken Riley from my home state of Georgia, who was a UGA student who simply was jogging that afternoon and was murdered by an illegal alien taken far too soon as a senior at the University of Georgia, a beautiful nursing student. So these names, unfortunately, were not mentioned during the debate the other night, but these parents clearly watching closely as they're trying to get action not only from Congress, but from their next commander-in-chief, something that has really been ignored the last 3.5 years under the Biden administration. Just want to cover some of those facts from the other night as well that were debunked. The New York Post fact-checked the Harris claims in the ABC debate. Claim number 1, there are no active duty military members in a combat zone. Claim number 2, Trump plans on implementing Project 2025 if elected. Claim number 3, Trump called for execution of the Central Park Five in the New York Times ad. Claim number 4, touted new leases for fracking in Inflation Reduction Act, despite the regulation undermining the lease promises. Claim number 5, there are no women in America carrying pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. Claim number 6, took Trump's Charlottesville comments out of context. And we've seen so much of this, and it was a shame that the moderators at Fake News ABC did not have any follow-ups towards the vice president, especially on the fact that January 6th, only one person died that day. That was Ashley Abbott, who was a veteran, someone who did not need to lose her life that day. Very sad situation, but Vice President Kamala Harris claiming that multiple people passed away and perished on that day. Simply not true. She also said it was the worst domestic attack on the United States since Pearl Harbor. And this just on the eve of the September 11th memorial and anniversary. So very unfair there. Also, this Project 2025 claim that President Trump has something to do with this. This man is out on the campaign trail nearly every day debunking this rumor, this false claim, not only by the Democrats, by many media outlets focused on their claim of that he's involved in this. And it's just simply not true. He has to repeat himself every day. But you'll see here today, he might even mention that as he's focused on hitting the campaign trail. Only 54 days to go. Can you believe this? And we're getting close here, folks. We have early balloting going out starting next week. In Pennsylvania, we'll start the early vote. So make sure you have a plan to vote, whether that is absentee balloting, early voting, or even going in and making the vote on the day of the election. But there's only one way we bring this unbridled access to you, the American people at home. And it's through our wonderful sponsors. So we'd like to thank the Wellness Company. America, listen up. The world is getting more unpredictable by the day. We've got assassination attempts, as we saw on J13, July 13th of this year. We have rumors of civil war, an unstable stock market, and now the looming threat of bird flu on everyone's mind. Did you know the World Health Organization is focused on a bird flu meeting coming up here in October? It's eerily reminiscent. And we have a pastor to give a presentation right here for the rally.
Let's bow our heads and let's pray. Heavenly Father, awesome Father, we come before you. We thank you, Father, for your goodness, for your favor, for your grace, for the mega passion that's in this place. Watch over us, Father. Protect us, and also continue to protect President Trump for what he's been. Watch over him. Surround him with a divine hedge of protection. Without a doubt, you have delivered him from death for a time such as this. Help us as we come together, Father. As we come together and we fight, and we fight, and we fight for what you have given us. Thank you for everything, your goodness. To President Trump, the Lord bless you. The Lord bless you. The Lord bless you. The Lord keep you. The Lord deliver you. The Lord shine his face on you. The Lord turn his face towards you and give you peace. Father, more than ever, we need your guidance. We need your love. We need your passion. Let your love, let your truth abound in us. In his mighty name we pray, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Student for Trump member Alex Guzman to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Fellow Americans, 4 years ago today, things looked very different. 4 years ago today, we all had a bright road ahead of us. 4 years ago today, we were living through an amazing time, and all of us are here to go back to those 4 years. And we begin our return to those 4 years by reciting our pledge to the values that make America great. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And let us have 4 more amazing years. 4 more years with President Trump as our president. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome education freedom and parents' rights advocate Esli Montenegro to sing our national anthem.
Oh, see, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Arizona GOP Chair Gina Swoboda.
I love you. So, did Kamala Harris talk anything about what is worrying and stressing and destroying the American lives in the debate the other night? Did she express 1 second of concern for the people whose lives are being devastated by out-of-control inflation? She laughed. She thinks it's funny that the people of Springfield, Ohio have had their lives destroyed. She thinks it's funny that we lost people in the most disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. You know who does not think it's funny? You, me, President Trump, and J.D. Vance. I recall when former President Obama called us bitter clingers. Remember that? That was at a fundraiser in Pennsylvania. So I will cling to the old rugged cross. A mighty fortress is our God. So I took my Tesla time machine that I have, and I went into the future and I looked at all the possible outcomes for the United States of America and the world. And if this light goes out, the world will be gone. We have one chance. We are now a net food importer. Yeah, we are having to import food to feed America for the first time in our history. There will be untold devastation upon the people of this country, and if we go out, the light of the world goes out, right? So what we need, and what we need to do here, is I need everybody to go to TrumpForce47.com. I need you to go to ProtectTheVote.com. I need you to bring me back in the Arizona legislature, where, if you do not know, the Democrats in the Arizona legislature voted to double your gas taxes. Yes, they think that's a great idea. I need Cory McGarr, I need Rachel Jones, and I need Vince Leach in LD17. I need Daniel Gutierrez in Congress. I need Juan Ciscomani in Congress. I need Carrie Lake to be the 51st vote. And more than anything else, this country and the world need President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. Stand up and be counted. Americans, assemble. God bless you.
Please welcome National Border Patrol Council Vice President Art Del Cueto.
Man, I love Tucson. Folks, my name is Art Del Cueto, and I am the Vice President of the National Border Patrol Council. I'm gonna rewind the clock back to 2016. 2016, I'm here in Tucson, and I get a call from the Trump team. At first, I didn't know what to think. There were several candidates that were coming down here to Tucson at the time, and I didn't know if somebody was playing a joke on me. Well, it sure wasn't a joke, and when we got to talk to President Trump, it was over at the TCC, I did ask him, I said, why'd you reach out to us? And he gave me a very simple and solid answer that many politicians don't give you. He said, I wanted to know the truth from the troops and the people that are out there on the ground. And that's what we have in President Trump. We have an individual that wants to know the truth. As time has gone by, our relationship has turned into more of a friendly relationship. And, I asked him about his family, and he asks about mine. I was at the Oval Office several times. I was honored to be there and listen to a lot of the back and forth that went on. And he always would ask, how are the agents? How are the troops? How are my guys? That's something that you don't forget. He's continued to be in contact with members of the National Border Patrol Council throughout this entire time under the current issues that we've had. And I say the word issues, and you guys know how bad it is, especially here in Tucson. It's been a mess. This administration has lied about it. They've denied it. And now, coming around election time, they want to pretend that they're doing something about it. And that's exactly what it is. They're pretending. Don't be fooled. Please don't be fooled. We have a big job to do come November. And that is, we need to make sure that we fill those ballots, make sure we get as many of our individuals to go out there and vote. Do not leave this to chance. And I've been in Arizona my entire life. I legally migrated to this country. I've been in law enforcement. Thank you. I've been in law enforcement in this country over 2 decades. And I have never seen it as bad as it is right now, but I had never seen it as good as I saw it under President Trump. Do not be fooled by the latest, media events that border czar Kamala has done. We all know, and look, I call her border czar, but realistically, it doesn't matter what you call her. She can make the excuses that she wants. She is the Vice President of the United States, and this mess has fallen under her command, and we need to hold those people accountable. Those individuals need to get fired, okay? I'm going to wrap it up, but I want you guys to think about this. Para toda mi gente latina, la administración de Biden y Harris no ha hecho nada por nosotros. Este noviembre tenemos que votar por el futuro de este país. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for having me up there. And remember, President Trump doesn't need to do this. He's doing it because he loves this country, because he loves America, and because he loves every single one of you guys. God bless this state. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless the great United States. And God bless every single one of you guys. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Trump-endorsed nominee for the United States Senate, Carrie Lake.
Oh my goodness. Tucson. How you doing? This is a tough crowd. It's hot out there. For anybody across America watching and you wondering how much people love President Trump, we wait for 24 hours in 106-degree heat to see President Trump. That's how much we love him. Thank you, Tucson. I've been saying for the longest time, I love you. I love you. Thank you so much. I've been saying for the longest time, Tucson is ready for a change, and that change is Donald J. Trump. Tucson is tired of being put on the back burner. Tucson is tired of the crime and tired of the homeless crisis. Right? This town is so ripe for success that I can feel it in the air every time I come down here. I can feel it. And sadly, it's one of those cases where you can see what bad leadership brings you. A town that is surrounded by beauty, full of hardworking, incredible people, with horrible city leadership. They've got boarded up buildings. That's right, it's bad. They've got boarded up buildings, boarded up businesses, and every block and for miles looks like a scene out of The Walking Dead. And the hardworking people of Tucson are sick and tired of it. The hardworking people of Tucson who pay their taxes are sick of the crime. The hardworking people of Tucson who pay their taxes are sick of the quality of life going down. They want to be able to enjoy this beauty. They want to be able to enjoy their beautiful parks, be able to walk and take bicycle rides through the streets of this great city, the old Pueblo, and not be worried about what could happen to them. And we're going to get that change that we need on November 5th when we vote for President Donald J. Trump and Carrie Lake for U.S. Senate. You know, I love Tucson so much, I see the potential here that we moved our headquarters down here. Hey, listen, I'm not giving up on a single blue state or blue city because I think every American wants peace and prosperity. So a lot of people don't know this. I'm the youngest of 9. I grew up in a family of 9. Thank God, my mom, who was a miracle baby, was told that she would never survive because she was born a preemie back in 1933. They sent her home in a shoebox, and they told my grandmother to take her home and that her baby would not make it. And that little baby, through the sheer love of my grandparents, grew up to have 9 precious babies of her own, and I'm the last one she had. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom. It just goes to show you that each and every one of us can make a huge difference. God put us here for a reason. And as tough as times are, when we walk down and we see despair on the streets of Tucson or Phoenix, as tough as times are, God put us here for this moment for a reason, and it's to save the country that He helped create. So I tell my kiddos, I call my kids babies still, but they're 19 and 21. Anybody else do that with their? I'm sure they love it when I call them my babies, but they are. I tell them that when I moved here 30 years ago to Phoenix, I don't know if you heard the stats, by the way, that came out just today. If the top 10 cities in America with the fastest growing rent prices, 3 of them are here in Arizona, and Tucson has had it the worst in all of Arizona. Tucson, Phoenix, and Mesa, we can't afford to rent an apartment. We can't afford to live anymore with these Democrats like Ruben Gallego and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Their Inflation Reduction Act has created inflation that's the worst I've ever seen it in my 56 years. How about you guys? So I told my kids the story the other day. I said, I moved here 30 years ago, and 30 years ago, I bought a house for $88,000 in Phoenix, a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, backyard, 2-car garage on a cul-de-sac. My house payment was $675. That's unattainable right now. And the only way we're going to save that is to vote these inept, unqualified fools out of office. Let's say hasta la vista to Kamala. Let's say adios to Ruben. And let's vote for Donald J. Trump for president and Carrie Lake for U.S. Senate, Tucson. We love you. God bless you. God bless State 48.
Carrie Lake for U.S. Senate, an exciting candidate. I had the privilege of meeting her. I actually spent some time out here for work for Turning Point USA a few years ago. Met her when she was an anchor at local Fox 10, and she is just as true as it comes. You hear an inspiring story of State 48 when she came here all the way from Iowa to pursue her media career, and her mom having 9 children, she being the youngest of the 9, to pursue that American dream. And a reminder, especially this week after reflecting on the 23rd anniversary of 9/11, how precious life is, how we matter, how each one of all the wonderful people here have a sphere of influence, have an ability to make a difference in their community. Carrie Lake, back to policy, moving her headquarters down here to Tucson, saying that no blue city, no blue state is out of reach because these 20 MAGA principles, Agenda 47, is meant for Republicans, for Democrats, and independents. President Trump stating at the Republican National Convention back in July that he wants to be president for not half of America, but rather president for all of America. We have the vice president of the National Border Patrol Council saying he was a legal immigrant coming here to America, spending his life in Arizona to make it better. saying that President Trump reaches out to him on a regular basis, asking how his boys are doing, talking about all of those team members who wear that uniform, who are willing to, men and women, go out there and fight on a regular basis for the red, white, and blue to secure this great border of ours, to keep Americans safe, because that's why government exists in the first place. It's to make the general welfare of the American people first and foremost, whether it's the military or state and local police. God bless those men and women in blue who are willing to go out there and to go into an emergency in order to make sure that we have safe communities. So inspiring speeches, and again, we are so happy to bring this to you at RSBN thanks to our wonderful sponsors, and one of them being Free Trump Book, a group of people who are committed to making sure you see the truth in not only the Trump policies, but also what are the MAGA agenda to make sure that America is made great again. It is the best-selling kids guide to President Trump. It's available for free to viewers. Just pay the S&B with this special promotion. This guide has been updated for 2024 and explains Trump's vision for the future of America to kids. And you know what? These guides might even be good for your neighbor who's not really paying attention to American politics right now, and especially on these policies of immigration. It's not surprising to learn, as we've mentioned throughout the telecast, that people are dying because of migrant crime. Just think about Laken Riley, as I've mentioned several times today. The University of Georgia nursing student, a beautiful woman, out for a jog in a heavily populated area just outside of Athens, Georgia, off of the campus of the University of Georgia, murdered by an illegal immigrant from Venezuela. As a result, more and more Americans are focused and supporting the Trump policies. As future voters, our kids need to understand what these policies are and how they can make America safe again. So go to the Kids Guide for President Trump at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. Get yours today. As you saw in the speeches prior to President Trump today, we had Amy Svoboda. She is the chairwoman of the Arizona GOP, asking that the people here in attendance go to TrumpForce1.com, become a precinct captain, and get the job done. Knock on the doors of your neighbors, specifically in your precinct. Reach out to 10 to 25 people and get them interested in this process. Lead from precinct to precinct through community to community. She also mentioned protectthevote.com. That's protectthevote.com, and learn ways how you can work for election integrity. And she mentioned some of the candidates, as you saw Carrie Lake running for U.S. Senate. From the top to the bottom of the ballot throughout Arizona, it's crucial that we get legislators into Phoenix, the state capital, and to Washington, D.C. to enact the MAGA 47 agenda. Otherwise, it will be more difficult for President Trump, because we've seen this throughout his time when he first came down from the golden escalator in 2015 and made his stances known on illegal immigration, on the economy, stating in that very famous speech now how ridiculous and inept our leaders are on both sides of the aisles. So a lot of times what we've learned in this MAGA journey is that it doesn't necessarily matter what letter is next to an incumbent's name. We've seen secretaries of state testifying before Capitol Hill, talking about election integrity and security, many of them failing in that process. One of mine has been Brad Raffensperger out of Georgia, has been a complete disgrace to election integrity, and his office still has many questions to answer. Fortunately, the Georgia State Election Board has been very aggressive, taking powers away and making sure that they are the last to see the certification before it happens, so that election integrity happens. This is a bipartisan issue. The American people deserve to know who their leaders are in real time. They deserve access to the kind of ballots they want, and they should be able to provide documentation, as we do on a regular basis. Just coming in to the auditorium today, having to show our IDs. If you go out for a six-pack of alcohol, for cigarettes, for countless things that we do in American society, you need to show your ID. So another debunked theory on the far left of, oh gosh, if you are requesting an ID to vote, that must be racist. It's not. It clearly isn't. And there are people fighting for that on a daily basis to make sure that the American people's vote is integral, it is only residents voting, it is honest and fair. One vote per one resident. Seems very reasonable, as President Trump has pushed for this for a long time now. But as he mentions in the Agenda 47 policies, if you look at number 19, make a plan to vote. Get out there and vote. As Amy Svoboda said, the chairwoman of the Arizona Republican Party, whether it's mail-in balloting, whether it is early voting, whether it is the day of, make that plan to vote. As Carrie Lake learned from her gubernatorial race just 2 years ago, she had Maricopa County, many of those precincts shut down the day of the election. Many of them were in Republican counties, and actually an area that I used to live in near Tempe, Arizona as well. So it's so important to make sure you make a plan before the election, because something might happen that day. The kids get sick. Many stresses happen just operating your household. For us here at RSBN, and I'll speak for the magnificent Matthew Alvarez, who I join in the studio often, we have so many commitments in our own personal lives, and we're happy to cover that for you, the American people, to make sure good things happen and to make sure that we make America great again. And we're all going to vote early because it's our constitutional duty. And I think about that. Don't sit on the sidelines. So many people have bled and died for the freedoms in our country to make sure you at least go out there and vote. And not voting, that's an option. That's also a choice. And that's a sad thing to do considering what is at stake in this election. This is no longer Republican versus Democrat of yesteryear. This is liberty versus tyranny, freedom versus communism. And President Trump rightfully calling out Kamala Harris as a Marxist. If you look at her plans, she has consistently flip-flopped, and this is not me necessarily saying this. This is CNN, a left-wing network and production, calling her out on her hypocrisy and the fact that ABC News was not able to press her on these specifically policy choices, especially fracking. We had the debate in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Many professionals in those blue-collar jobs depend upon these beautiful trades that they truly are the shoulders of the American people. They are the backbone. If they aren't able to go out and do this for the American people, the country will fail. We're too large of a nation. We're too abundantly blessed as a nation. President Trump says it on a daily basis. We have so much liquid gold under our feet that we need to frack, and baby drill on a regular basis. Harkens back to 2008 when Governor Palin would say that on the campaign trail about Alaska and ANWR. President Reagan even tried to get drilling in ANWR to happen, and he wasn't able to accomplish that all the way back in the 80s. President Trump got that done, and he rightfully took target at the Biden-Harris policies that gave more power and access from the Russian pipelines of Nord Stream 2, bringing that into Germany, and gave them access to that, but he shut down ANWR and Alaska. Quite simply, the Agenda 47 is a domestic plan to make America secure again, make America safe again, make America wealthy again, and ultimately make America great again, whereas the Democrat playbook is really a playbook for globalism, for Marxism. Thought Robert F. Kennedy has been one of the strongest voices in this with this movement of MAGA. He really says it's about MAHA, as he calls it, make America healthy again, expose the truth of the bureaucracy involved with the big pharma and the vaccine movement. He has been a strong voice on this, fighting for environmental and vaccine reform in America for really the last half century. And he talks about the definition of what the Democrat Party should be. If you go back to his father, Robert Kennedy Sr., if you go back to his uncle, President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, Camelot, the icon of liberal Democrat politics of the 60s, it was about free speech. It was about civil rights. It was about making America great again. And if you look at the modern American presidency, how similar are the policies of Eisenhower, who warned of the deep state, who warned of the military-industrial complex, to JFK. they were very suspicious of one another, although very respectful of one another. A great book, actually, Brett Baer of Fox News, who might be moderating, along with Martha McCallum, the next presidential debate. We'll see how that evolves in the coming days and weeks. But he wrote a book 3 days in January highlighting the Cuban Missile Crisis and how incredible former President Eisenhower was in giving advice to President JFK at that crucial time. These are men who loved their country, who fought for their country, fought bravely in World War II. We then go to President Reagan, who actually the free market capitalist president of the modern era, but he slapped a 100% tariff on Japan when they were manipulating their currency in the 80s. And Mr. Director, I can't see what was shown there. We have a couple IFB problems. It is, of course, live TV, but we'll get those sponsors right out to you. President Reagan slapped that tariff right on Japan, similar to what President Trump did on China. And President Trump has promised, if you're a big company and you manufacture here in the United States, we're bringing down that corporate tax rate from 21% to 15%. It incentivizes making great quality products here in America again, something crucial to making free markets not only free, but fair. President Trump delivered that by getting rid of the terrible NAFTA. This was the Clinton-Bush agenda that destroyed the American middle class. He has now brought that back with the USMCA, among so many other successes here in the United States as we seek to make America great again. The speakers speaking on the lack of ability to buy a home. We've seen this, Carrie Lake just addressing how expensive that is here in America, but thank God we have places like Tennessee Land that is helping put us on the air to bring you unbridled access here at Right Side Broadcasting of all the speakers, but also the coverage and to find out what the great American people think here in Tucson, Arizona. People are moving to Tennessee in droves. I know many of them myself. It's one of the big growth stories in America. And who doesn't love Nashville? Music City, Carrie Underwood, you think Keith Urban, but not only country music, the Los Angeles music industry moving into Tennessee as well for a better opportunity to produce their music. 0% state income tax, a pro-business, hands-off government, spectacular countryside, fun city. I mean, quite frankly, what's not to love? I love to visit myself. It's a short 3.5 hours from Atlanta. American freedom is alive and well in the beautiful state of Tennessee, the volunteer state. If this sounds good to you, right now, Tennessee Land and Lakes is selling off large acres of properties just outside of Nashville. And this popular destination, spot way below market prices. Think about this, only $89,900. Carrie Lake just spoke on when things were affordable, mortgages just $600 or less a month, wherever you would buy in America, especially in Arizona where we are now. But 5 acres with a cozy cabin and quiet woods, only going for $109,900. I mean, can you believe that? 18 acres, riding trails in horse country, around $150,000 plus. 5 to 86 acre properties from $89,900. That's unheard of close to Nashville nowadays. You got the best of both worlds, the freedom of the open land and then also a great city like Nashville. I might have to look into this myself. Build, camp, invest your property your way. Learn more about this great buying opportunity in the volunteer state of Tennessee. Click or call www.866-345land.com. That's www.866-345land.com. And once again, 866-355-LAND. Give them a call or search their website today. Forget Wall Street. Buy something real in the volunteer state of Tennessee. And let me tell you, people are voting with their feet. How many people have moved to beautiful places like here in Arizona, a wonderful desert? We're getting a little bit out of the hot season, moving away from summer, cooling off a bit today, although the heat index around 106 today. I used to live out here myself, and wow, it's like an oven sometimes, but you won't find better people. They are sweet, wonderful people coming from the Midwest, but a lot coming from California because they're sick of the policies of Hollywood, of the tech industry, and sadly, the great Golden State losing so much of the industries that made it great to begin with. They're moving to places like Arizona, Idaho, Georgia. We've seen this with Tennessee, with Florida, some of the SEC states for all of our football fans at home. And I can vouch for it myself. I was someone from the Chicagoland area, Illinois. Terrible pension crisis, property taxes through the roof. And then you look at it, what are you getting? Are you getting a bang for your buck? These mortgage percentages and prices going through the roof, no pun intended. But this may be the hardest time in American history to be a first-time homeowner, and that's why these policies matter so much to the American people. Agenda 47, these 20 promises, bipartisan. They're not Republican, they're not Democrat. They are independent, populist middle class at heart, because it's getting harder and harder for people. They're delaying having families, waiting to their late 30s, early 40s, waiting to get married, waiting to purchase a home or a townhouse for the first time, instead turning to rent. And then you look at the inflationary rates with rent throughout the country and what people pay, that's just going down the drain on a regular basis. We need to compete with, as Bobby Kennedy Jr. says, BlackRock, State Street, these corporate conglomerates, 90% of really 3 companies who have eaten up different industries throughout the country, who don't have your interest in heart. This is very similar to what happened to the turn of the century monopolies, and that's where Republicans stood up and had a backbone in Congress to take on these people in those times. Will they do that again? We have yet to see, but that's why we will bring you all of the facts in time, in real coverage here at Right Side Broadcasting. Thank you, the donors, for putting us on air, and the wonderful sponsors for getting you this excellent coverage to the American people, whether it's down in Auburn, Alabama, or beautiful Tucson, Arizona, and throughout the country as President Trump travels the country 54 days until the 2024 United States presidential election, the most important in my lifetime, with, quite frankly, the greatest president we had in my lifetime. That includes Ronald Reagan. And speaking of media hits in the next few days, we have some great documentaries. We have some great films coming out in the next few days. If you have not seen Reagan, which came out on August 30th, Dennis Quaid does a wonderful job. And let's go back to the rally here in Tucson, Arizona. And that looks like, as Mr. Narrator just gave a quick warning, as we are going into what's sure to be a wonderful speech on the economy. As you can see out here, a packed house of MAGA patriots. We have make housing affordable again, no tax on tips, a beautiful backdrop for what President Trump is focused on with these remarks. The campaign moving to policy-driven and focused speeches as we move forward to the election. But as I was saying before I stepped off camera, Reagan, which came out on August 30th of this year, an inspiring movie. Jon Voight plays a former KGB agent who monitored Ronald Reagan not only during his times as governor of the Golden State, California, but as president of the United States, but before, in his private career as a union leader, as a SAG president, as an actor in Hollywood, and really going through his life starting in Dixon, Illinois, the wonderful relationship he had with his mother, Nellie, the challenges he had from an alcoholic father. Ronald Reagan really believing in the American people, being that outsider, as President Trump has been, to make this country great again. It will shock you how similar 2024 is to 1980. And that's the question that beckons. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? I'm here, Bobby McNeely, your humble correspondent in beautiful Tucson, Arizona, and I like to share my opinions at times, covering this incredible climate of political atmosphere that we have, and I would argue it is not what it was 4 years ago, but we have a chance to choose a better life for the American people and for our families as President Trump seeks to become the 47th President of the United States. We'd like to thank our sponsors, the Wellness Company. America, listen up, the world is getting more unpredictable by the day. Do you know the World Health Organization is planning for a bird flu meeting, a summit, to happen overseas? They have already released thousands of bird flu vaccine throughout Germany and throughout Europe in the last couple of weeks. We have assassination attempts. We saw one so sad on July 13th in Pennsylvania. Thank God President Trump was okay, but patriots like Corey Campitor lost his life that day, shielding his family. Fortunately, others who were hit did not succumb to their injuries, but we think about Corey and his family on a daily basis here at RSBN. We have rumors of civil war, an unstable stock market, and now the looming threat of the bird flu. The last 2 months in American politics have been something out of an Orwellian novel, but we have to remain vigilant and pray and remain together as neighbors, as church goers, as American citizens in this struggle. But this bird flu summit, it's eerily reminiscent of what happened in 2020, 2021. It foreshadowed the COVID pandemic. And get this, the first topic at this bird flu summit, mass fatality management planning. That doesn't send chills up your spine. I don't know what does. It scares me for sure, but here's the good news. You don't have to be afraid and in fear if you're prepared. The Wellness Company created the Contagion Emergency Kit, and every home in America should have at least one of these. And the magnificent Matthew Alvarez and I show you this in the studio on a regular basis. These are tiny kits. You can put it in your backpack if you're on a hiking trip. It can fit easily in your suitcase if you happen to be traveling for leisure or for work. They are packed with life-saving meds like ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, the Z-Pack. And experts like Dr. Peter McCullough have put this together to protect you, the American people. Imagine this, no frantic searches for a doctor, no emergency kits waiting for rooms or any of that nonsense. Just a few clicks and this kit can be delivered to your front door. So in times like these, get your Contagion Emergency Kit, not just for luxury, but for the necessity. Protect your family by preparing now. Go to twc.health/RSBN and grab your Contagion Emergency Kit today. Why not? There is no reason to wait for this. That is twc.health/RSBN and use code RSBN to save you $45 at checkout. Kits are only available in the USA. And what a beautiful day to be here in lovely Tucson, Arizona. We just heard that Carrie Lake, running for the U.S. Senate, has moved her headquarters from Phoenix down here, roughly about 2 hours away south, a little bit of a higher elevation. Tucson is just shy of 600,000 people, a very blue city. But as you heard from her speech and you heard the roars of the crowd, they are not happy with the local governance here in Tucson, Arizona, and even what's happened in the state. It's become more purple, and that's been, some people from California coming on in. But here's the chance to rewrite that and compete in an election like this, because this is a very purple, traditionally conservative state, but we have many more Democrats here than we have had in the past. And that's why it's so important, Agenda 47, number 19 on that policy platform, to make sure you get out a plan to vote, whether that's voting early or voting in person. And you could do that by using absentee ballots. You can go early in person. We're all making a plan here at Right Side Broadcasting because we're giving you unbridled coverage with 54 days left before the United States presidential election. And Mr. Rector, at some point before President Trump comes out, I'm not sure if we can pan and see some more of the crowd, but this auditorium is fully packed here in Tucson, Arizona, downtown. Carrie Lake mentioning that many businesses have been boarded up because of the lack of business, because of how high inflation and cost of living has become for local Tucson residents. If you have not been out here, beautiful place to explore the national parks, and as many things as you can see. It's a magical place here in the desert, the state of Arizona. John Wayne having filled so many of his epic westerns out in Sedona, north of here. But we are just 57 miles from Nogales, and that is right on the border. And you can imagine what's happened because of the fentanyl crisis that's come pouring over this border. I've been fortunate enough to visit the Tucson sector on a couple of occasions. And for those who haven't been here, it's very mountainous. And the tragedy that can happen with those being trafficked by the coyotes coming over here, it can get very cold, surprisingly, throughout the year here as it falls to nighttime, and they do find bodies, they do find victims. So we need to pray for those who are willing to take that treacherous trip And that's why we need immigration reform and the right policies to be like the vice president of the Border Patrol Council who spoke, who came over here as a legal immigrant, who is now sharing why we need to secure that border, just remarks a few moments ago. But because of all this uncertainty, you need to secure your family and secure your wealth personally and at home. And that's why we like to thank Birch Gold, one of our foremost sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting. Did you know that there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds to be spent? That is right. There's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. If Biden can push out these funds, we could see another prolonged inflationary period where cost of living will skyrocket even more. And many of the experts are saying we are already in a recession. God forbid Harris getting into the American presidency. As President Trump said, we will see something worse than the 1929 depression, almost a guaranteed depression on the horizon. This surge, just like COVID, is sure to have terrible effects and high prices on the American people. But there's hope. The surge in prices can be beaten, and a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings. And in this short period of time, you could also get a free Trump silver coin that commemorates the assassination attempt and those scary moments of July 13th. On the coin, it says fight. It's President Trump's iconic photo with the American flag in the background. He's flanked by his Secret Service detail with our beautiful White House on the back. God willing, he will inhabit along with his beautiful wife, our First Lady Melania Trump, come January 20th of next year. But to see how to protect your IRA or 401k, get a free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898 and get that special offer of the free silver coin commemorating the heroism and courage of President Donald Trump. That is, text Trump to 989898. Thank you to our wonderful sponsors and supporters at Birch Gold. And speak of gold, think about the American West, the amazing adventure that this place has been. I got to look out onto the St. Augustine Basilica, the cathedral that leads the Roman Catholic Diocese of Tucson this morning, a building that has been a missionary church since 1858. Can you imagine that? The cowboys and the free market capitalists who were, arguably gangsters of the time, who seeking a better life in the American West, seeking the gold rush, who were led to California. I think about the 49ers, the amazing football team that took on the name of these brave patriots who sought to better themselves. And isn't that the story of America? It's about people from all walks of life, from all around the world, coming together to celebrate the red, white, and blue. I often ponder, and I thought about the other night during that debate in Constitutional Hall, where those great patriots pledged their lives, their sacred fortunes, their sacred honor to defend an experiment, a Republican form of government that was about the rule of law, that was about believing in a higher calling, that this nation, truly God's nation, will fall to its knees, seeking to have God forgive us for our sins, whatever they may be, but to turn back to Him in this trying time. Would they have imagined 13 colonies that broke away from the United Kingdom would become this beautiful, amazing country known as the United States of America?
Again, please take your seats. Thank you.
And we have Mr. Narrator speaking on taking the seats, of course, no longer saving any seats. And that's why I mention every time that you come to a Trump rally, if you have not been, make sure you get here as early as you can. We're still in some of the dog days of summer, those hot summer months right before fall here, and the heat index today being at 106. We're in the 90s right now here in Arizona, but beautiful air conditioning inside in this music auditorium. You want to get here early, eat a nice breakfast, hydrate, Gatorade, water, however you'll fuel up in a great appropriate way, because these places get packed, and if you come here right when they open the door, you might not get in. These things are always packed, and President Trump is able to bring that draw. And that was another ridiculous attack from the vice president the other day during the debate, wanting to compare the rally sizes. It's been debunked once again. I mean, this riddled with lies coming from her part, something that fake news ABC could have addressed, but they decided not to. And I like to also welcome people as she did. Maybe she would like to show up for one of these rallies, because as we remember, Congressman Dean Phillips actually tried to do it the right way in the Democratic primary back in January and actually challenged President Biden to the Democrat nomination by going through the primary process, something that Kamala Harris chose not to do. I'd like to remind the audience she had 0 votes, 0 electoral votes as well. Moving into this, 14 million votes President Biden had in the primary. Whether or not you agree with him, those taken from him. He was threatened with the 25th Amendment. Nancy Pelosi on the phone talking to Democrat donors, the Obamas forcing President Biden out, and this is well known now. Very sad that they would try to invoke this and leave him as a lame duck president, but quite frankly, he could not compete with President Trump and the Agenda 47 policies. Not that the current nominee can, but let's get back to Congressman Dean Phillips. He actually went to the MAGA rallies in Minnesota. He spoke to the MAGA patriots who attended those, and he said, the Democrat Party has really left those voters. They really don't represent what Bobby Kennedy Sr., what JFK once represented in classic liberalism, whether that be free speech, whether that be protecting borders, a strong military, civil rights, things that were actually believed in by members of the Democrat Party back in the 1960s. That party does not exist anymore. And may I actually digress and argue that in the same way with what was the Republican Party just 20 years ago, a party that was looking to expand democracy through force, through nation building. That party, in a sense, dying now with the neocons, the 200 Bush administration officials who have endorsed Harris. As far as I'm concerned, go for it. The Washington, D.C. swamp will always be behind Kamala Harris, because that's what they represent, the surveillance state, the Iraq war purveyors, the people who worked for Halliburton, the people that worked for Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney, who tried to hit President Trump through ridiculous committees, whether it be in Congress, whether it be through backdoor antics. President Trump was able to fend off 2 thaw impeachments. He was able to fend off all the lawfare. What you saw with Mar-a-Lago being raided, what you've seen with the RICO statutes being used against him in Fulton County. Fani Willis showing up with her boyfriend, her daughter, by the way. Also, due process should happen there, which it is right now, but her daughter was arrested for a suspended license. And of course, Fani Willis showing up to Fayette County in Fayetteville to protect her daughter in that moment. Let's talk about maybe lawfare in that situation, but I digress. President Trump doing this a true third way, the populist candidate for our time, for the MAGA movement that has attracted traditional Republicans and traditional liberal Democrats into the fold. I'd much rather have Tulsi Gabbard and Bobby Kennedy Jr. along with these great MAGA patriots who are here to see President Trump talk on the economy today in order to make America wealthy again, make America safe again, strong again, and to make America great again. And if you patriots at home enjoy the coverage you're getting here at Right Side Broadcasting, we'd really be honored to have any of your donations. And of course, as President Trump said, these are tough times. Cost of living is through the roof. If it's tough for you and your family at home, please don't contribute. But if you're able to give $1 or $2, maybe $20, gosh, if you could give 47 or even 56, the average of what the Trump campaign has seen in the last couple of months, we'd really be honored to have that here at Right Side Broadcasting, because we are your 2024 election headquarters. We are committed to bringing you the most comprehensive coverage of President Donald J. Trump's campaign, whether that's in New York, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, or out here in Tucson, Arizona. And in Philadelphia, we saw that debate just a couple of nights ago. Fake news ABC doing a miserable job with follow-ups, doing a terrible job with fact checks. You actually had to fact check the fact checkers, which, gosh, that's what we're doing here at RSBN. We're honored to do that. But make sure to like and share this broadcast, whether it's on YouTube, Rumble, True Social, Facebook, all the major platforms. Please share us and get out there and subscribe to our platform. That way, we even have a social media app. Or if you want some exclusive updates straight to your inbox, I get them on a regular basis myself. Sign up for our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. And if you love our content and want to support our mission, please consider donating at rsbnetwork.com/donate. Every contribution, big or small, helps us continue to bring you unbridled access to everywhere President Trump will be. So we truly appreciate your support. And you can text RSBN to 801-801 to stay connected and get all the latest on RSBN. We're so proud to have your support. And thank you. As your humble correspondent, I'm just proud to be part of this and to bring you everything that we can here, whether it's Tucson, Arizona. Tomorrow we'll be in Los Angeles, California, the Trump National Golf Club, then going to Las Vegas, Nevada for a big rally in the Sin City, which will have a glimmer of hope, not only a glimmer of gold, but a glimmer of truth and trust coming from the next president of the United States, Donald Trump. We'd also like to thank freetrumpbook.com. This great guide has been updated for 2024 and explains Trump's vision to our future voters in America, our young people who have an integral role, whether it be in high school or middle school, or even your young ones who have just started reading. It's not surprising to learn, as we've talked throughout this broadcast, crime is out of control, especially on America's southern border. We are just 57 miles north of that here in Tucson today. Illegal immigrants are pouring in from our southern border, thanks to the Biden crime policies and the immigration policies that are overwhelming our cities. Think about Springfield, Ohio, Chicago, Illinois, Aurora, Colorado, the crime from these Venezuelan MS-13 gangs in Central and South America. These prisons have been emptied, and some of these cities in Central and South America experiencing a heyday of safety because they've poured all of their worst actors into the United States. Just look at what happened at the University of Georgia to Laken Riley, a beautiful nursing student, only 22 years old. She was jogging in the afternoon and was cruelly murdered by an illegal immigrant from Venezuela. This has to stop. As a result, more and more Americans are agreeing with the Trump policies on immigration and securing our border. And as future voters, our kids deserve to know the truth about the Trump policies. So go to freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com, and get to see America's vision for the future from 45-47's vision. You can see all of this, DonaldJTrump.com, Agenda 47, the 20 promises adopted by the Republican National Committee and their convention back in Milwaukee in July of this year to make America wealthy again, make America strong again, make America safe again, and ultimately to make America great again. And we're happy to bring you this commentary here at Right Side Broadcasting, your 2024 election integrity headquarters, to bring you all unbridled access of these beautiful, beautiful venues and studios here. No tax on tips. And also we have make housing affordable again. Just two of the issues that President Trump will highlight today in his remarks from Tucson. We have media actually right here on the floor amongst the MAGA Patriots. I'm sitting just feet from them. Wonderful people, all getting ready to see the action today. And then we also have just above us on the third floor some of the media as well, and our friends over at Rava right next door to us as well. So it's always a pleasure catching up with colleagues. Well, I'm Bobby McNeely from Tucson, Arizona, the high desert, ready to bring to you President Trump. But in the meantime, we're going to go to commercial, and we'll be right back from Tucson, Arizona.
Hi folks, RSBN founder and CEO Joe Seals here. Did you know there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right, there's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. If the president is able to push these funds out, we could see another prolonged inflation surge, just like during COVID. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects that high prices had on most Americans. But there's hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings in uncertain times. To see how to protect your IRA or 401k, get your free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Birch Gold makes it seamless to roll over your retirement account while preserving your tax advantage status. Don't wait for the president's spending spree to tank the dollar further. Protect your financial future now. Text Trump to the number 989898 for your free info kit from Birch Gold.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids magazine and activity book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
And welcome back to Tucson, Arizona, in this beautiful music auditorium. It reminds me of when I did theater way back when as a college and high school student. I'm Bobby McNeely. It's a pleasure to be here with you in what is a wonderful state, what is a pivotal state in the choosing and selecting of the next President of the United States, Tucson, Arizona. We've heard from the Vice President of the National Border Patrol Council. We have heard from the Chairwoman of the Arizona Republican Party, and also Carrie Lake, the exciting U.S. Senate candidate prepping the crowd right before President Trump speaks on no tax on tips, and also making housing affordable again. A key issue Carrie Lake has brought up, and now she actually has brought up the fact that they will be highlighting that in her campaign that has just been moved to Tucson. It was in Phoenix earlier this year, but they had to move it on down to Tucson to compete in these more blue areas. I'd like to thank our sponsors for bringing you Right Side Broadcasting today, as the campaign is only 54 days away until the presidential election. My Pillow. Let me tell you, go to mypillow.com/RSBN for these amazing deals that Mr. Mike Lindell is putting forward for the MAGA Patriot viewers for you at home. You could also call the number 800-544-8939 for all of this extraordinary stuff that they're selling. And as you know, Mr. Mike Lindell, an amazing marketer, always interested in bringing you the best quality products that are American made, whether it's amazing pillows, the comforters, also cloths, towels, bed comforters, things in that nature. If you have students who have just gone back to college, this may be an excellent option for them, as many of the items are only $25. He is throwing a $25 extravaganza to celebrate bringing back students to their respective schools. And also, you know, Mr. Mike Lindell and his employees, always up against the cancel culture. They've been canceled themselves. I was fortunate enough to interview him along with the magnificent Matthew Alvarez in the studio recently. He will have footage coming out as he went undercover at the DNC, the Democrat National Coronation in Chicago a month ago, to highlight some of the things that were going on there, some of the antics like free vasectomies, free abortions. That must have been a nightmare. So sad to see that at the United Center. But go to mypillow.com/RSBN for the most amazing deals, the $25 extravaganza on that site right now. We also like to thank taxnetwork.com. With over 14 years in the business, they have saved MAGA patriots like you over $1 billion in back taxes. Yes, you heard me right, $1 billion with a B. They are experts at state taxes, federal taxes. They know how to work with their clients to take on the IRS so that you're not left alone. Just think about this. The IRS is escalating collections. They have added recently thousands of new agents and sent over 5 million collection letters. That was just to kick off 2024. And now as we enter the last leg of Q4, in the sales world, you talk about quarter four. This is the last leg of the presidential election. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you in these trying times. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes, no matter the size of your tax issue. Their expertise is your advantage. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. So visit these great experts at tnusa.com/RSBN. That is tnusa.com/RSBN, or call 800-357-1415. And let's make sure that they are not taking advantage of you. The clock is ticking. Do not let the IRS seize control of your financial future. Contact taxnetworkusa.com. And so much happening in the news over the last couple of days. We have congressional testimony happening of those family members, mostly moms, who lost children or loved ones to the violence of illegal immigrants, to the fentanyl crisis that's been pouring over our southern border. We are just 57 miles north of that right now, of where so much of the crime does pour over. I have personally been to the border on a couple of occasions here in the Tucson sector, right near Nogales. It is a horrific thing for many people, and there are many people who are willing to hand over family members to these coyotes, these cartels, so that they're able to chance a better life in America, but they get trafficked in the process, either sexually or through labor trafficking. And we must continue to pray that this changes, but we need to put those prayers into action as well. And we saw that with President Trump just a 4 short years ago, when he was almost finished creating a big, beautiful border wall. many of these steel beams still sitting on the ground because the Biden administration halted it. As President Trump has said, if Biden just did not touch those policies, then everything would have been okay. But Biden-Harris decided to make this a politically charged issue, and instead of protecting the American people, they have put Border Patrol in a crisis. And Border Patrol saying on a regular basis that they are done with the Biden-Harris agenda, that they are sickened and saddened by over 300,000 children that have gone missing at our border. And the only way back to solving this crisis and this problem is to get someone like Donald Trump back into the White House to implement these policies immediately and on day one when he takes that oath of office on January 20th, 2025 to become the 47th President of the United States. And this is interesting with border policies. There are many executive actions that can be taken by the chief, by the commander-in-chief in order to get that done. And President Trump is unafraid, as he stated 2 nights ago at the debate in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He is ready to enact these common sense border policies to make America safe again and to make America great again. And in the process of this, we need to make our economy wealthy again and to make sure you, the American people, are safe at home financially, because with all of these crises happening simultaneously, you never know what might come your direction. So we'd like to thank our sponsor over at American Finance. Mortgage interest rates are skyrocketing, and we are hoping to have them drop to the low fives. But if you've been waiting to figure out how to get your finances in order, you need to call my friends at American Finance today. A lot of us are carrying very, very high interest rate, credit card debt, and balances that charge us 20% or more each month. And how can you get by with that in the Biden inflationary times, with cost of living being so insane and through the roof? It's time to get rid of those. American Financing salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you at home to tap into their home's equity and to save with all of this high interest debt. They're saving their average customer $800 a month by doing this. So these rates are dropping with the decision. I mean, it's very easy to get this done if you reach out to my friends over at American Finance today. All it takes is a 10-minute phone call, no cost, no obligation, investment solely of your time. If you start today, you might be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. So call American Financing today at 888-804-0303. That's 888-402-0299, and that is 888-402-0299, AmericanFinancing.com. My friends over at American Financing to make sure you are safe and financially healthy in these uncertain times. And as you can see here, President Trump will talk on making housing affordable again and no taxes on tips. These are 2 points that the Harris campaign have actually stolen in recent days, and she finally actually has a platform on her website. Much of it is copied and pasted from the Biden administration policies of now yesteryear, but President Trump really threw down that right hook at the end of the debate on Tuesday. If you are spewing all of these beliefs, if you are talking about everything you want to do, Madam Vice President, why haven't you done it in the last 3.5 years? Why haven't you gone to that big, beautiful White House? Her office sits across from the Oval Office. She's in the executive office of the Eisenhower building. She could walk down those steps outside of her very ornate office and say, Mr. President, President Biden, we need to do this, that, and the other in order to solve the problems that Americans are facing. And just some of those problems I can pull up for you again when it comes to the cost of living and how difficult it is to choose between medications, to getting those extra groceries, to filling up that tank. I have friends mention to me too, there's certain things they won't do on a weekend just because it might be too out of reach just to drive there, and forget an Uber or Lyft because they just don't have enough savings in the bank at this time. Let's go to Coffee, for example, that was down 2.4% under Trump. It is up in the red 21.3% under Harris and Biden. Pet food, it was only up 2.1% under Trump and then Vice President Pence. It is now in the red 23.8%. Just inflationary rates on your own pet food. Let's talk about clothing and apparel. That was in a negative green 7.0% under Trump. Clothing affordable now in a harsh yellow 9.9% under Harris and Biden. Non-prescription drugs down 0.8% under Trump. Up with Harris and Biden at 18.4%. Eggs. I should say eggs. My Midwest accent comes out at times. But your favorite protein breakfast food, as it is mine, down 4.8% in the green under President Trump just 4 short years ago. Up a staggering 46.8% under the Harris-Biden administration. And in many ways, that's the correct way to put it, Harris-Biden, because who has been in control the last 4 years? I was happy to see President Biden at Shanksville, Pennsylvania, actually have a nice exchange with Trump supporters, signing his own presidential hat for the gentleman to keep as they were commemorating the horrible anniversary of those attacks 23 years ago. But then President Biden actually put on the MAGA hat, and that was a fun moment. Maybe President Biden is secretly MAGA, and heck, why not? We'd love for him to convert and join the process if he's so moved by that at this moment. And Mr. Director, it got pretty loud in here with all the cheering and the music. I heard a sponsor come in my ear, but if you could repeat that one more time, I'd love that. Thank you so much to share that over the air here. But we are just moments away from President Trump speaking to a sold-out crowd. And when I say sold out, these are actually free seats. So make sure you just register at donaldjtrump.com in order to be part of these fun events. And that's what it is at the end of the day. It's fun. It's what our founders envisioned, you getting involved in the election process, in our electoral process, which, speaking of electoral votes, 93 really at stake in 7 different states, 20 different counties. 2020 was a finicky year, but regardless of your beliefs on where election integrity was, is, or is going, only 20,000 votes in the popular vote separated that contest just 4 short years ago. So you have to get involved one way or another. And we've seen so many people move with and vote by just using their feet, moving to other places, other states with opportunity. For me personally, it was Chicagoland and going down to Georgia in order to find a better way of life, which I have personally, and being able to focus on more things to help save America. But one of our sponsors is really focused on making sure you have the peace of mind in your own property, and that's Tennessee Land. People are moving to Tennessee in droves. You may have friends at home. I have many friends in the Nashville area who I like to visit on a regular basis, just 3 or so short hours from Atlanta. But it's one of the big growth stories in the United States. And who doesn't love Nashville? I mean, the headquarters of the music entertainment industry, especially country music. Everybody I know is going there in droves. 0% state income tax, a pro-business growth environment, hands-off government, spectacular countryside, fun cities, what not to love. American freedom is alive and well in the volunteer state. If this sounds good to you, right now, Tennessee Land is selling off large acres of properties just outside of Nashville. We're talking land, acres, lakes in this popular destination spot way below the market values. You can get this from $89,000, folks, just north of that. $89,900, 5 acres with a cozy cabin in quiet woods. That's only $109,900. And can you believe that? Look at this, 18 acres, riding trails and horse country, nearly $160,000. How beautiful is that? In this popular destination spot, way below market value, you can have just all you're dreaming for in that countryside atmosphere close to one of the most popular tourist destinations in all of America, Nashville, Tennessee. Build, camp, and invest property your way. Learn more about these great opportunities by visiting www.866-345land.com. That's www.866-345land.com. You can also call by going to 866-345-LAND. Forget Wall Street. Go to Main Street, buy something real, make that move to the volunteer state of Tennessee. And you know what's so neat about Tennessee? You can actually visit the Hermitage. That is the home of America's original people's president, a Democrat. Back when Bobby Kennedy has mentioned this several times on the campaign trail, Democrat, the Greek root of that word being demos, of the people. And Andrew Jackson, the great military hero, the general, you think of the Battle of New Orleans, his military struck down the British Navy, the most powerful Navy at the time, in just 37 minutes with militiamen, with Minutemen, with military regulars, with those who were so brave to defend this new country that England thought that they could take back 30 short years after independence was called from a small 13 colonies. Look at what we have become over nearly 250 years. But you can visit the Hermitage. 82% of that home is the original home of what Andrew Jackson, the general president, had gone and seen himself, a man who was born in a log cabin, who rose to become the 7th president of the United States, who at the time took on entrenched banks and took over a Republican apparatus and status quo that was in New England at the time, took on John Quincy Adams and won. He's an inspiration for me personally, and a man who, although imperfect, was right for his time and his moment in American history. You can actually visit the grave of many generations of Jackson members of the family, many who are still giving and serving to the community. One is currently an appellate judge in Tennessee, but President Trump visited the Hermitage early on in his presidency, and goosebumps just go up my spine thinking about that moment where he saluted the grave. President Trump has taken on this job seriously and has paid homage to his predecessors, whether that be President Andrew Jackson, the 19th century, or President George H.W. Bush, Bush 41, who had passed away in 2018, that iconic moment in the Capitol Rotunda where President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump went to pay their respects, and President Trump in that moment saluting the casket. Donald John Trump is the man at the moment for this job, the people's president, clearly inspired by those who have come before him in order to complete the job, to get the job done. And mind you, President Trump is 78 years old, who has a grueling schedule. After that debate, he goes into the spin room, talks to our friend over at Fox, Sean Hannity, has a mini press conference in that moment, talking on the highlights of the debate, and then gets up in the morning and makes phone calls right off the bat. I think that's the thing I miss most about the Trump presidency 4 short years ago, was that I'm the kind of guy, I'm an early riser, I go to bed late, but I like to get up early, get my coffee, go to the gym. But you see that President Trump would jump right on those phone calls. You could turn on the TV and he'd be given press conferences everywhere in the moment and ready to talk on so many issues. He's so sharp and ready to go for the American people, and he hopes to do so again as the 47th president. But here at Right Side Broadcasting, we're so honored to bring you unbridled coverage of all different kinds of MAGA rallies or remarks that you can see here in this auditorium. I'm just looking around at all the wonderful patriots here and excited, even some behind us, ready to see all of the events of today. But we can only do this with wonderful sponsors like Birch Gold. And if you text Trump to 989898, you can get a free Birch Gold info kit that is endorsed by patriots like Ron Paul, Dan Bongino, and Steve Bannon, who has gone to prison for his First Amendment rights to free speech and simply for putting forward those populist policies in team and in conjunction with Peter Navarro, who have made those great reforms and fought hard for the American people alongside President Trump to bring manufacturing back to America. But for a short period of time, you can, with your purchase of any Birch Gold materials, go and get a free Trump silver coin. that actually commemorates those terrible events those days of July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, the near assassination attempt of President Donald J. Trump. Corey Capitore, our thoughts and prayers are still with the family of the hero firefighter who covered his family in that moment. Such a sad day, but an iconic day in American history where President Trump courageously said, fight, fight, fight. He rose the fist in the air, and that emblem on that coin, I wish I had one with me at the moment to show you, but it says fight on the coin. The amazing symbol of President Trump flanked by his Secret Service agents, along with that beautiful American flag in the background. On the back of that coin, our beautiful White House. And it's a pretty heavy silver coin, very similar to the 1960s $half silver coin of JFK's bust in that photo as well. An iconic thing to take home as memorabilia. So you can do that by going to Trump, texting Trump to 989898. Thank you to our wonderful sponsors over at Birch Gold Group and all they do for the American people. And let's just look back at history right now. 50 years, the petrodollar was the go-to of the world's currency. The world traded on these petrodollars with the Saudi Arabians to make sure that the world's go-to currency was the American dollar. That has faltered because of the Biden administration. Now, President Biden has moved to BRICS nations like Brazil, India, China. He has destroyed American foreign policy in that regard and making the world less safe as a result. And these other world leaders, many of them bad guys, bad dictators, big bad bosses trying to influence the world. And that's not good. So you need to financially secure yourself as inflation goes up, as the GDP goes down, and our cost of living skyrockets, the debt going through the roof, trillions and trillions of dollars under Biden and Harris. So go to great patriots like Birch Gold to figure out how to weather the storm in these inflationary times. And we expect President Trump to highlight many of those topics today at this speech. As you can see the backdrop here, making housing affordable again, no tax on tips, two important highlights as he seeks to become the 47th President of the United States. And you hear the excitement in the crowd and in the group as they actively wait for their favorite president who seeks to become reelected. And he would be the first to do this since President Grover Cleveland in the 19th century. Think about this, folks. An amazing thing to see that about 5 different men have attempted to do this, to seek the presidency after having it lost or not have winning the re-election. Only Grover Cleveland was the 22nd and 24th presidents of the United States, respectively, a Democrat who really worked towards those issues of fighting for the American people, as President Trump has on a regular basis. And that's why, my friends at home who may be viewing this, we might be Republicans, we might be Democrats, we might be independents, but as Tulsi Gabbard and Bobby Kennedy Jr. have so brilliantly articulated in the last few weeks here, it doesn't matter. The Washington swamp is who they are. They've crowned themselves. They've showed their true colors, that they don't care about you, the American people. But we have a handful of MAGA electeds in our Congress ready to fight for you alongside President Trump to make America safe again, to make America strong again, to make America wealthy again, and ultimately to make America great again. And I'm going to step off for a quick moment just so you can see here, there are many people even waiting on stage for the event today. Several posters in there. I can't make that out other than "We Love Trump" and some others there. Say hi to our friends here, and some people I recognize from different events. It's fun when you go to these different rallies because for some people, it's multiple events they've been to over a period of time. For some of us, over 86 rallies. Some it's their first. There's a gentleman right there waving all the way down in front. As you can see the signs, Arizona welcomes President Trump to what is sure to be an amazing economic speech here in Tucson, Arizona. This is a very blue city, but Carrie Lake coming out just moments ago, warming up the crowd and mentioning that she has put her headquarters in their campaign for the United States Senate here in Tucson to compete everywhere throughout the state. this in Pima County is the second largest population area outside of Maricopa County and the Phoenix metro area. It's a short 2 hours or so away, pending traffic, of course. And Mr. Director, I can hear you back at the mothership, and we are ready to get ready for President Donald Trump as he is going to present some comments on the economy. What I've been most impressed upon by his recent comments is that he can pack in a lot to a speech. You know, they're almost always over an hour long, many 90 minutes or longer. And this president ready to make America great again by putting forward those Agenda 47 policy platforms that are really something that Republicans, Democrats, everyone in the middle class, in the lower class, in the upper class could really agree upon. But what's interesting for the modern elites of the Democrat Party, and that's what we speak on when we're talking about the Democrat Party, is that they've gone very far left, not only in communist and Marxist policies, but they become a party of the elite. They are no longer the Bobby Kennedy Party that Junior speaks on a regular basis, that his father fought for, that his uncle fought for. If you can recall his many comments recently saying that his father fought for the little guy, for the person who was the blue-collar man, who got up and went out early to provide for his family. As you can hear, the MAGA Patriots yelling, USA, USA, USA. It's always an exciting atmosphere, and Vice President Kamala Harris the other night in the debate saying, actually welcoming people, inviting them to come to these different MAGA rallies. And it's a one area where I happen to agree with her. Yes, come to these rallies because, as Congressman Dean Phillips rightly cited back in January, someone who actually took on President Biden the right way, the Democrat way, in the primary, seeking to unseat the president peacefully and patriotically, mentioned on CNN, you know, I went over in Minnesota after one of my own campaign rallies to a MAGA rally. And I learned how great the people are, how friendly, how much fun they are. They simply care about the future of their communities, the future of their country. And at the end of the day, folks, that's who we are, the American people seeking to be united, a nation indivisible, under God, with liberty and justice for all. That's who we are. And that's why I'm here personally at Right Side Broadcasting, fighting hard to bring you this coverage with my great colleagues, you know, whether it is Megan Kohler or the magnificent Matthew Alvarez, Nikki Stanzione, Paul Ingracia, and so many others who bring you this wonderful content on a regular basis to make sure that this country is back on the right path, to make it not only safe and strong again, but make it great again. Gosh, President Reagan talked about this. He said, let's make America great again. President Bill Clinton talked about this. Remember his speeches from the 1990s, even the Democrat ethos of demos, by the people, for the people. That's out the window right now. And I'm going to show you some more of this wonderful crowd today as I step off camera for a moment just to cover this incredible rally in Tucson, Arizona. This is a vital state. And you can see those. Awesome. You have some of the Trump staff who they take some of the social media for the campaign themselves. So get some of those poster board in there. And those are some of the viral videos you might see as the campaign goes on. And we're only now 54 days away from the most important campaign in my lifetime, for really a campaign based on liberty versus tyranny. And I think about some of the celebrities recently have been so funny to hear some of their commentary on what's happened with the election. Elton John did a recent report, or had an interview talking to a reporter, and the reporter said, are you upset that President Trump has your music on, and are you upset that you're not necessarily a supporter of his? And he said, I have to say, Donald's always been a great gentleman towards me. He's always been at my different concerts, and I've really enjoyed that he's been a fan of my music for so many years. So Elton John being a real gentleman in that moment. And that's what's so great to see. We can agree to disagree without being disagreeable at the end of the day. It's about patriots coming together to make sure they make our country great again. And I got this young gentleman, it's off camera here, he's dancing, he's ready to go, ready for the MAGA event here that will take place, doing a little bit of President Trump's move, so that's always fun to see. In other celebrity news, we have Harrison Butker, who's been a great defender of his, Mr. Mahomes, who is the quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs, who has been supporting his wife, Brittany Mahomes, who came out to support President Trump. Of course, her friend Taylor Swift endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris for different reasons. But exciting to see the dialogue on that team and them becoming a microcosm of American culture at such young ages. The average age of that defense, only 25 years old, the defending Super Bowl champions. We saw Tyreek Hill, who was arrested for reckless speeding in Miami before the game with the Buffalo Bills the other day, taking responsibility, saying, I could have been more responsible for my actions, and thanking the police officers for being professional in that moment. We saw John Bon Jovi in Nashville, Tennessee, shooting a music video with his staff, with his crew, actually saving a woman's life the other day. And we know he's a committed liberal in and of his own right. But thank you to Mr. Bon Jovi for being such a brave patriot and saving that woman's life, stepping out of his comfort zone and helping pull her over the fence and to make sure that she was safe, and just to have another day at life. And wow, that's the story of America. Second chances, going after your dreams, being reminded of the fact that life is precious. We reflect on this. Just yesterday was the 23rd anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. President Trump visiting in a bipartisan fashion with other independent and Democrat politicians, including the incumbent president and vice president, at Ground Zero, the reading of the names of the 2,977 who lost their lives that day. He then visited with Senator J.D. Vance, Shanksville, Pennsylvania, that field of brave heroes who prayed the Our Father before taking on the radical Islamic terrorists, saying, let's roll. Todd Beamer, a Wheaton College student outside of Chicago, taking on those horrible, horrible people that day, but invoking the Lord, praying with his fellow passengers, and being heroes. That plane was intended for the White House or the Capitol, that we know of that in present day. So God be with the victims and the families as they mourn those losses, and as we're reminded of how much is at stake and how much security is needed for the general welfare of this country. And God bless those brave women in blue that defend us on a regular basis to secure this American border. So much horrible things, so many horrible things have poured over this border, including fentanyl, in recent times. But as we get ready for President Donald Trump to come out for a rally in Tucson, we are going to pass on to the magnificent Matthew Alvarez in studio right now.
All right, thank you so much, Bobby McNeely. As you guys see there in Tucson, Arizona, as soon as President Trump takes the stage, we'll be going right to that as soon as possible. Obviously, as soon as the music plays as well. You're watching live coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. There's a few news stories that are happening right now, other than President Trump speaking here in a few minutes. One thing we can see is, of course, President Trump on Truth Social saying there will be no more debates. He said it on Truth Social within the hour. Kamala Harris saying we owe it to the American people to have another debate. Well, as you guys know, there is no debate. We already know where President Trump stands. We know where Harris and Walz stand. And Harris and company had 3.5 years to get things rolling good for the country, and they just haven't done that. And we know what they stand for as well, as we see possibly someone there on the podium right now. Director, do we see someone there? No, we don't. Okay. Just saw some of the people in the background there. But to the point of some of the news today, again, President Trump saying there will be no more debates. Harris trying to make this a thing. Well, at the end of the day, we know President Trump, in my opinion, should be actually wrapping up his second term as president, let alone now running, of course, for a third time, as the American people are not only in full support. We see that through the polls, we see that on the boots on the ground, and we see that throughout the country in support for President Trump and common sense. So we know that President Trump is kicking off a West Coast tour today. This is 3 states in 48 hours. He's in Tucson, Arizona today. Then, of course, as you heard from Bobby McNeely there, live in Los Angeles tomorrow morning for a press conference, and then a huge rally in Las Vegas tomorrow night. All the coverage you want and need right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And, you know, without people like the late Rush Limbaugh, the great conservative, and without President Trump talking about fake news media, the conservative...
J. Trump! And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
This is a very rambunctious crowd. This is a rambunctious crowd. Well, hello, Tucson. It's great to be with you. I love this place. We've been very successful here, as you know, and I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Arizona with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's why this is a nice group. I like it. Look at all those people. Wow. As everyone saw 2 nights ago, we had a monumental victory over Comrade Kamala Harris in the presidential debate. We won big with independent voters, moderates, Republicans, and working people all across this nation, putting forward a clear vision to, very simply, make America great again. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris showed up spewing empty rhetoric the same old lies, meaningless platitudes, offering no plans, no policies, and no details whatsoever, nothing. The two anchors, David Muir and Lindsay Davis, sat there and only corrected me on things where I was right, but didn't correct Kamala on Project 25 that I knew nothing about, on the bloodbath hoax that has been totally debunked, which had to do with the automobile industry that is going to be dying. It's dying under this administration. They're all going to be shipped out to China. And everybody in the automobile industry making, manufacturing automobiles, vote for Trump. We're going to bring back that industry. These people are killing it. She talked about knowing it was all false. She talked about the Charlottesville hoax, and these people did nothing about it, which has been totally debunked, as they say, by Snopes and Snoops and everybody else. And go look it up. Go to Snoops, whatever the hell that is. Now, I hear that's a liberal site, and they came out totally in favor of me. This got to be a bad thing, but they said they gave you total phony stories. Kamala Harris said that no state allows abortion in the 9th month, which is a complete and total lie. They do. They do. And even after birth in some cases, she claimed, I want to monitor women's pregnancies. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. It's a total lie. I don't want to do that. Women, I won't be following you around to the hospital monitoring. No, she made it up. She's a liar. She doesn't work at McDonald's. She said she worked at McDonald's, right? Right? She worked at McDonald's and she was working so hard. There's only one problem. She didn't work at McDonald's. She's a liar. Liar. She claimed that I want to deny people IVF treatment when, in fact, I want to require insurance companies to pay for it. And I came out totally in favor of IVF. That's fertilization for the men in the audience. I wish we got a lot of tough ones here. She claims she doesn't want to ban fracking when she said repeatedly over a 10-year period, I will not have fracking. Then about a little while ago, she goes, I'd love to have fracking. Her pollster came back and said, this is not good. In Pennsylvania, you want to ban fracking, that's not so good. That's a big part of what they do, right? And she came back. All of a sudden, she thought fracking was wonderful. Here's what happens with all of these things. Right after the election, she goes back to where she was. She claims she doesn't support mass gun confiscation, when in fact, she supported it entirely, and through her entire career, think of that, she wants to confiscate your guns. Does anybody in the audience have a gun? Raise your hand. Would you mind if this lunatic knocked on your door? Hello, I'd like to take away your gun. Is that all right? Especially the women won't allow it. They're not going to allow it. That's unbelievable. What is that, about 100% of the audience? Let's go. Does anybody in the audience not have a gun? Wait, there's somebody. So if you want to keep your gun, we don't have to go through the rest of it. You want to keep your gun, vote for Trump, okay? I promise. But, you know, she did something even worse than that. You know what it is? She was the leader of a thing called a movement, Defund the Police. How about that? She was the leader of the movement to defund the police. Now think of it. Anybody that wants to defund the police, that's called, she's down and dirty left, okay? That's down and dirty. If she's in there for a week at defund the police, we don't want her to be president. We don't want her for anything, frankly. But all of a sudden, she says, no, I never said it. You know, she actually goes around saying she never said it. but we've got like 10 years of tapes where she's saying it. With the guns, with the fracking, with everything we mentioned. She had many years of tapes. But the public was not fooled. They saw right through it. Kamala's lies and unprecedented partisan interference of two low-life anchors. They're low-lives. For them to do what they did, and they wouldn't correct her on like Project 25. I don't know what the hell it is. I purposely have not read it. I could, but I don't want to, because they never had my authorization. And for them to allow her to get away with me, everything I said, well, we don't think it's true, like the crime statistics. The FBI didn't report the most crime-ridden cities. They didn't do it. They left out large numbers of areas where they had a lot of crime. So the numbers came in, they weren't up too much. And if anybody in this audience doesn't think there's more crime now, there's so much more crime now, but they gave false and fraudulent numbers. They did it with something else. 818,000 jobs. Think of it. They said they had 818,000 jobs that didn't exist. So your jobs numbers look better, but now they had to do. What happened is they were taken away by a leaker. Usually I don't like leakers, but I like this particular leaker, whoever it was. But when a prize fighter loses a fight, you've seen a lot of fights, right? The first words out of that fighter's mouth is, I want a rematch, I want a rematch. And that's what she said, I want a rematch. Polls clearly show that I won the debate against Comrade Kamala Harris. And as you probably know, because you know when you say Harris, does anybody know who Harris is? Now, Kamala is a very different kind of a word. Nice name, very nice name. But you know her as Kamala, you don't know her as Harris. When you say Harris, everyone says, who the hell is that, right? But she immediately called for a second debate, which means that she was like a prize fighter that lost a fight. We had two debates, though. I had a debate with crooked Joe Biden, right? And I had another debate with her. She and crooked Joe have destroyed our country with millions of criminals and mentally deranged people pouring into the USA, totally unchecked, unvetted, and with inflation bankrupting our middle class. It has gotten bad. Everyone knows this, and all of the other problems caused by Kamala and Joe. It was discussed in great detail during the first debate with Joe and the second debate with Comrade Harris. She was a no-show at the Fox debate. You know, Fox invited her. She was a no-show. I sat with the great Sean Hannity. Does anybody know Sean Hannity? Good man. He's a good man. And I said, where is she? She didn't show, so we did a town hall. And he got great ratings on that town hall, I'll tell you right now. Got really great. Led all of television for the week. It's not bad, right? Simple town hall. Turned out to be a town hall from what it was supposed to be, but she didn't show up. And refused also to do NBC and CBS. She went over to ABC, which in my opinion has taken a big hit because these two people were bad news. They kept screaming at me. I said, why are you screaming? I'm saying to myself, I'm looking at him. I always liked him. I'm not going to watch him anymore. I'm not going to watch him because he's not legit, what he did. I'm not going to watch him. And his hair's not as good as it used to be, you know? Kamala should focus on what she should have done during the last almost 4-year period. She kept complaining, well, you know, when I'm in, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And at the end of the debate, I said, why don't you just do it? You could leave right now. Why don't you do it? I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do this and that and that. Remember at the convention when she went out and they nominated her, even though she got no votes, they nominated her? No, she came in last place in the primaries, right? And then she said, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. No, she's a threat to democracy. She is a threat to democracy. But do you remember when she went out and she said thank you? Do you remember that? It was the weirdest thing. Am I wrong? Because they were saying JD and I are weird. No, we're very solid people. She's weird. And that vice president of hers is really weird. He's really... That was a soundbite. You know, they said, oh, he's weird. That was, in other words, they gave it to their friends in the fake news. Weird. It's something I've never called. I've been called a lot of bad things, but not weird. But, you know, she went out, and the people were applauding and stuff, and she goes, thank you, 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 thank you. I think she went nuts. There was something wrong with her. But I was very happy because I got the endorsement of the Vice President's family. And I got the endorsement of the Vice President's brother. And even sent me a contribution. And I was very happy because Barack Hussein Obama, his brother, as you know, endorsed me. So, no, his brother endorsed me. That's not easy. Now, so we have the endorsement of President Obama's brother. We have the endorsement of the brother of the future vice president. He better not win. If he ever won, this country will be in bad shape. It's already in bad shape. 3.5 years of what they've done to this country, especially, look, we're laughed at all over the world. We would have never had the Russia-Ukraine problem. We would have never had October 7th, Israel, the attack on Israel. None of these things, and we wouldn't have had inflation. And we wouldn't have had that horrible, the way we pulled out in Afghanistan was so horrible. None of those things would have happened. We would have had a much different country. And we wouldn't have 21 million people in our country right now that shouldn't be here. That I can tell you. So because we've done 2 debates and because they were successful, there will be no third debate. It's too late anyway. The voting's already begun. You got to go out and vote. We got to vote. This is going to be the most important vote in the history of our country. It'll be the most important. People said that I was angry at the debate. Angry. I was angry. And yes, I am angry because he allowed 21 million illegal aliens invading our communities. Many of them are criminals. Many are criminals. I'm angry. I'm angry. They said he's an angry person. No, they're destroying our country. I don't like. She's smiling. All practice, right? Did you see her? She's like a. We're talking about a border invasion, the likes of which no country has ever suffered, and she's like this. But I am angry about Venezuelan gangs taking over Aurora, Colorado, and illegal Haitians, and he came in, illegal Haitian migrants taking over a beautiful place. It was so beautiful. Springfield, Ohio. I was there. I campaigned there a while ago. Springfield, it was so beautiful. Now it's just, what a place. Can you imagine you have this small little community, all of a sudden you have 20,000 illegals in your community. Nobody knows where they come from. I'm angry about young American girls being raped and sodomized and murdered by savage criminal aliens. I'm angry about rampant inflation destroying our middle class, and the American people are also very angry about that and every other thing that we've had to endure for 3.5 years. That's why 54 days from now, we are going to tell Harris that we've had enough. Our country can't take it anymore. We're going to go, Comrade Kamala Harris. You've done a horrible job. You've been the worst vice president in the history of our country. You had no chance of getting this position. You shouldn't have had it. You got no votes, whether you like Biden or not. He got 14 million votes. She had none, not one. We're going to go, comrade, you're fired. Get out. Get out. Get out. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So, thank you. Wasn't The Apprentice a great show, though? Wasn't it? Do you think if I didn't do The Apprentice, because that's a big question, because a lot of people in Hollywood are blaming themselves for this. They're saying, if we didn't do The Apprentice, he wouldn't be. But, you know, they all vote for me, you know that, because they want to pay low taxes. They talk about, no, we don't like Trump. But when they go to vote, they go, anybody what? It's true. They want low taxes, no crime, great schools, strong military. They don't want a border invasion. They don't want people pouring across the border illegally from prisons and places. So they go in, they say, no, I'm not for Trump at all. I will never vote for him. Then they go in. It's true. And then they go out and they do exit polls. And, you know, in 2016 and 2020, where I got many more, millions more votes, by the way, I hate to say that. They say, oh, that's a conspiracy theorist. No, it's called, I got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country. And they said we lost. I was told if I got 63 million votes, which is what I got in 2016, you can't lose. Just get 63. I got close to 12 million more votes than that, and we lost, but we didn't lose. And we're never going to let that happen again in this country. We're never going to let that happen. We can't let that happen again. But when they had exit polls, 2016, and they said, oh, he's getting killed in the exit polls, and I remember NBC and that stupid ABC that did this horrible debate. Those two people should be fired as an anchor. A couple of more years, they'll be fired. And she was nasty. She looked at me with hatred in her eyes. And him, he's a nice guy. I mean, they were told to do it by George Slobodanopoulos, who's in the group, right? George Slobodanopoulos. But on the exit polls, so people are walking out and they're saying, would like to know something, sir. Who'd you vote for? And they'd say, Crooked Hillary or Trump, right? But so many of them, like almost 50%, said, none of your business who we voted for. They have a tougher word, 2 words, not like Biden, 1 word, and then he gives 2. 2 words. They begin with the letters F-U. That's what they say to the people. F-U. I would never say them because we have a lot of young people here. My audience they've gotten younger and younger. Do you notice that? Younger and younger. Don't worry, I still like the old people the best. I don't care. I don't care. Let that cost me, all these young people. Let that cost me the election. I still like the old people the best. Got to stay with the people that got you there, right? I love what we're doing for the old people, you'll hear. But so that was the 2 words, but I don't want to use those words. So they said, none of your business, which is not really what they said. And they walked out, and everybody said, Trump is finished. He's not getting the numbers. Because in the past, nobody said that. They'd say, I'm voting for this one or that one. There were no people that wouldn't say, they'd just say who they voted for. So what they did, thank you, darling, thank you. So what they did, she keeps saying, I love you, right in the middle of my punchline. So they always say one or the other. And I had one analyst who was very smart, but I was called by Fox, this person at Fox, sir, I'm sorry, sir, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. And they say, this is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, because, they've interviewed all these people. And another one would call me. They all said, oh, they were actually happy. Most of them were happy. Some were really sad, though. A lot of the people were really sad. So it came out, this is going to be a very short evening for Donald Trump. They were so happy. Martha Raddatz was actually crying at the end when I won. She was crying. You don't think she's biased, do you? Martha Raddatz, also of ABC. ABC is the worst of the group, by the way, I have to tell you. They're all bad. But the worst is ABC, and they proved that with the worst two anchors anybody's ever seen on this thing. They were the worst. At least they shouldn't have been so obvious, right? You know, Libby. So anyway, so I walked out, and the people walked in, and I was getting calls that thousands of people all over the country. I'm sorry, sir, I'm sorry. Then one guy calls me up who's a political, brilliant guy, and he said, sir, and, I went to see, I don't think I've ever told this story. I went to see our great First Lady, and I said, darling, I got home from Michigan. I was in Michigan last stop, and I got home from Michigan at like 4 o'clock in the morning. I had a rally. We had 42,000 people. At 1 o'clock, I did 7 rallies. I started in Florida. I went from Florida, where it was 88, to Michigan, where it was 20 degrees below zero. I said, if you don't catch a pneumonia in this business, you're never going to catch a pneumonia, right? But I went to our great First Lady, and I said, darling, and I felt okay. It was amazing because, the athletes, they say, I left it on the field. I left it all on the field. Well, I did, because I did 7 major rallies for 2 days, 7 each. Who the hell can do that? People were saying nobody else could do it. You think Biden could do it? I don't think so. I don't think Biden would do 7. I don't know if he'd do 1. He'd do 1 that would last for about 3 minutes. Now, we did major rallies, speak for an hour, hour and a half, sometimes go to the next state. We got all up and down. We went off everywhere. But this one guy calls up. So everyone had called me. I had a young gentleman in my family came to see me. Sir, you haven't lost, but it's not looking good. This is at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on election day, right? And I said, it's all right, don't worry about it. So I went to see my wife, and I said, I don't feel the way I thought I'd feel. I thought I'd be like devastated, but I left it all out, and if we don't make it, but it looks not good. She said, does it look like you're not going to win? I said, it really looks that way, and we'll get by it. It's one of those things, but I was very disappointed. But I just felt it wasn't like, gee, if only I worked a little bit harder, because humanly, you couldn't work harder. Then about 5:30, I get a call from a very smart political guy, and he goes, sir, I'd like to congratulate you. I said, on what? He said, you won this election. And I said, what do you mean I won the election? I was told by every pundit that I lost the election. He said, no, you won the election. I'm 95% sure, because we've never seen so many people leaving an election that said, it's none of your business, right? Meaning, you know what? It's none of your business. We've never seen that before. A massive number, like almost 50%. Who'd you vote for? None of your business. He said, every single one of those people belong to you. They're our people, whether we like it or not. And he said, you're going to win Florida, you're going to win Georgia, you're going to win all these states. I think you're going to win because, normally it would be like 5%, 10% might say it. You've got 50%. There's never been anything like that. And I believe all those votes are your votes. I said, well, all right, good. And then all of a sudden they came out, and the rest is history, right? The polls closed. And they started with Donald Trump. So Florida closed at 8 o'clock or whatever. And within like seconds, it closed. Florida polls have closed. Donald Trump has won the great state of Florida. Donald Trump has won the great state of Georgia. Donald Trump. And went all the way up the East Coast, all over the place. And we ended up winning. That was quite a day, wasn't it, though? And then we did much better the second time, much better, much better. And then But this is going to be the time because we've never had the enthusiasm that we have now. We've never had it. Because now you see how bad they're doing. You know, you see how bad. Before, you didn't really, there was nothing to judge, right? Because I was the president, we did great. We had a great economy. We got hit with COVID, which is China. And, you know, people didn't really think in terms of that. It was a terrible thing, but we got hit. The whole world got hit. The world, $62 trillion and millions of deaths all over the world. The world got hit. Everybody, Abe in Japan was devastated by it. So many people were devastated. Good people, very good people, great people, actually. But what happened was amazing. And now they see how bad a job they've done. Think of it. The inflation, the economy is terrible. Everything's terrible. We're not respected in the world. A war that would have never happened with Russia and Ukraine started. A situation in Israel would have never, ever happened. Never, ever happened. And that's a disaster. The whole Middle East is blowing up. Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, said, you got to bring Trump back or this whole world is going to blow up. So we're going to do things. But I will tell you, 16 was great. 20 was better. And this one blows both of them away because we've never seen the enthusiasm. Like, look at this crowd. We've never seen the enthusiasm that we have. So I'm pleased to be joined this afternoon by the next senator from Arizona. And we're going to call her a different name. She may be angry. I haven't told her this. But she may be angry. She may never speak to me again. But I'm going to give her a different name. Because, you know, she's very strong on the border. She knows the problems that you're having in your state. Arizona's got tremendous problems with illegals coming in from all over the world and just pouring in and, you know. By the way, taking Hispanic jobs, taking African-American jobs, taking people that have been here a long time, citizens, taking the jobs. But she's been very strong on it. And I just realized, because it's gotten so bad, when you look at Springfield, Ohio, when you look at Aurora, in Colorado, where the governor has no, I feel so sorry for this guy. He has no idea what to do. He's a Democrat, so, you know. He has no idea what to do about it. He's devastated. He's afraid to do anything. But if you look, the Venezuelans have taken over. I mean, and they walk in with guns, the biggest guns that I've ever seen. They had guns that were Supreme. They call them Supreme guns, AK-47 Supreme. They have stuff, I don't know where the hell they get this stuff. They come in. They've taken over buildings. They're in the real estate business, let's put it that way. And that's just the beginning. It's going to get really bad, okay? And, you know, you have a sheriff with a deputy or something, and you got 30 guys with AK-47s and all these horrible, I mean, big stuff. And they're taking over. And it's not, let me tell you, we're not letting it happen. This woman is very strong. She's running against a weak person. She's running against a guy who voted 100% of the time. When he was voting, he voted 100% of the time just about for crooked Joe Biden. He's weakened the border. He wants to have open borders. And he's going to go back to that. I don't even know what he's saying now. It doesn't matter, because when they're for open borders, they're never going to change. They're stupid people, because it's going to ruin our country. But she's tough in the border. So if you don't mind, I'm going to call her Border Carrie Lake. From now on, it's Border Carrie Lake. She's a fantastic person. I've known her a long time. I was one of the early people that endorsed her, and I'll tell you, she is tough on the border. And, you know, that's taken over. I think in 2016 I won maybe because of the border. I don't know, the economy, the border, whatever, but a lot of it was, but the border, and I fixed it. And in 2020, I couldn't talk about the border. My people would say, sir, you're wasting your time talking about the border. I say, well, wait a minute, I fixed the border. I want to talk about it. Nobody wants to hear it. You know, once it's fixed, nobody wants. I made that border so strong, and I couldn't talk about it. But let me give you the bad news. That border was 1/100th of what it is now. That border was, when I took over, it was bad. But it was just a fraction of what now. It's horrible and dangerous, and we're ruining our country. We're destroying. So Carrie told me that she's going to be focusing on the border, right? And she is, you're going to get it fixed, right? You're going to get it fixed? And she's going to get it done. She's tough. She's tough on the border, though. It bothered her from the first day you started having the problem. She would have done it as governor, and that race was a very sad race because she did great. But she would have done that as governor. But she'll do it even more so, in a sense, as senator, and she'll fix your border, and she'll be working with me on doing it. Border Carrie Lake. Thank you. Thank you, Border Carrie. I don't know. I'm giving her a tag. You know, when I give people tags, it stays. But that's a good one. She's going to be great. She'll be a great. And the guy, honestly, he is nothing. This guy that's running, he's got nothing going, and he couldn't care less about the border. You need help. You can't let this happen. Also, a candidate who's a great person, who I endorsed, he just did a fantastic job of everything he's done. Now he's running, as you know, for Congress. He's doing really well. Won in the primaries, tough races. Won in the primaries. He's somebody that really seems to be able to get the job done, like very few people that we all know. But Abe Hamadeh is here someplace. He's a tough cookie. He's a tough cookie, and I can really name him border also, but how many names can I use? But you're a big border guy. You want to see a strong border, and you'll win on the border. You will, and Carrie will win on the border. You don't have to talk about anything else, because everything else we'll fix. We'll take care of we'll bring your interest rates down. We'll do everything, but you'll win on the border. If you guys just focus on that, you don't have to talk about much else. There's a man that's going to help you a lot on the border, too. He's a fantastic friend of mine, Art Del Cuello. Border Patrol, the head of Border Patrol. Where is Art? He's a good guy, too. He's been my friend along with a couple of our other friends for a long time. And, you know, they endorsed me years ago, and they've never taken it back. And I saw that Art and his people go on television. They say there's only one man going to be able to do this border. And I appreciate it, Art. We won't forget it, Art. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank everybody else, too, Art. Appreciate it. And Arizona Republican Party Chairwoman Gina Swoboda. Gina, she is great. She is a winner. Thank you very much, Jane. And I'd like to thank all of the police I met backstage, and Border Patrol people, ICE. That's great to stand up for them. They go through a lot. That's great. Look at that. Look at that, Art. That's great. And they deserve it, too. You don't know how much respect we all have for you and the job you do, and it's dangerous work. And, you know, they want to really do the job. They're stopped from doing their job. They want to do their job. They want to work. It's more dangerous. It's harder. But they want to save our country. These people are incredible, I'll tell you. As the people of Arizona understand better than anyone else, under Kamala Harris, our country is under a thing called invasion. Did you ever hear the word invasion? Just like a military. It's like a military invasion. We're being conquered and we are being occupied by a foreign element. And, you know, if you think about it, China has a 5 million man army, mostly man in that case, I can tell you. But they have a 5 million person army. And We have 21 million people coming this year. This period of time, 21 million people over the period of the last few years. Think of it. They have a 5 million, that's a big army. And we have 21 million people here, so cut out half. That means you have 10 million people, and they have guns. You just see that. If you look at Colorado, take a look at Aurora. They have guns that are the most sophisticated guns anywhere in the world. High-powered stuff. And, you know, you say to yourself, so if you cut the number in half, 10 million people, and cut that number in half, 5 million, that's the size of China, and what they have as an army. It's pretty dangerous stuff. We got to get them the hell out of here. As discussed in the debate, not only is Comrade Kamala allowing illegal aliens to stampede across our border, but she is flying them here from other countries. Remember, she said, no. Remember when their polls were crashing a few months ago, she said, oh, and they issued some order. I don't know what it was, because it stopped it a little bit, slowed it down a little bit, but it doesn't mean he knows. He's laughing. He knows, because they'll slow down a little bit, then they'll say, oh, look at the numbers. But they have a problem. They didn't include the airplane numbers. They fly them in by the tens of thousands. Think of it. They're trying to say they're into the border, and yet they have airplanes, beautiful airplanes, going and picking them up and dropping them into the middle of our country, where I would say that the states, it means we really have 50 border states. No, they're dropping them into the middle of our country all over the place. They fly them in. Think of that. They fly them in by jets. They're flying in all the time. And Art, they don't count those numbers, do they? They don't talk about them. When they fly in, and then they have a special app, right? They have an app where the cartels are allowed to use the app to get their people in. Do you believe this? It's an app for cartels. So the illegal cartels that are among the richest people in the world, by the way. You know, we think we have a lot of wealth. Well, take that 400, the Forbes 400 or whatever it is. Forbes isn't doing so well anymore. But take whatever the hell 400 they have. These guys would qualify. In many cases, they'd be a hell of a lot richer. The cartels are using this app, think of it, to bring thousands and thousands of people here illegally. Over the past 3.5 years, Harris-Biden administration has resettled 500,000 illegal immigrants from the failed state of Haiti, which is a totally failed country, very sad situation, into American communities, including over 200,000 who Kamala has illegally flown into the United States by airplane. Think of that. And they're coming out of Haiti, and they're coming out of other failed countries at levels that nobody has ever seen before. In addition to Aurora, Colorado, there's a place called Springfield, Ohio, that you've been reading about. 20,000 illegal Haitian immigrants have descended upon the town of 58,000 people, destroying their entire way of life. This was a beautiful community, and now it's horrible what's happened. Enrollment on the state's Medicaid and food assistance programs have soared. Motor vehicle accidents have skyrocketed. Recording of 911 calls even show residents are reporting that the migrants are walking off with the town's geese. They take in the geese. You know where the geese are? In the park, in the lake. And even walking off with their pets. My dog's been taken. My dog's been stolen. This can only happen. These people are the worst. I'm telling you, Biden and Kamala, this is the worst combination in the history of our country. The only one happy is Jimmy Carter, because he's no longer referred to as the worst president in history. Not even close. Likewise, the small 4,000-person town of Charleroi, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Charleroi. What a beautiful name. But it's not so beautiful now. Has experienced a 2,000% increase in the population of Haitian migrants under Kamala Harris. So Pennsylvania, remember this when you have to go to vote. Okay, just remember this. 2,000% increase. This is a small town. All of a sudden, they got thousands of people. The schools are scrambling to hire translators for the influx of students who don't speak not a word of English. costing local taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the town is virtually bankrupt. This flood of illegal aliens is also bringing massive crime to the town and every place near it. Earlier this year in Massachusetts, one of the Haitian illegals who Kamala flew into America was charged with raping a 15-year-old girl and badly hurting that girl. Also in Massachusetts, a Haitian migrant was charged with raping a pregnant woman and beating her very badly. Yet another Haitian migrant who she imported was arrested for molesting a 10-year-old child who lived right next door. The child next door was badly hurt. In New York this year, an illegal brought in through Kamala's migrant phone app was charged with savagely murdering his two roommates. He had two roommates set up by the people that set that up in this country. Welcome. They go, welcome. What would you like? Oh, I'd like to have a nice room. Okay, we'll give you two roommates. Viciously stabbing them to death. But these are just a few of the many stories. There are hundreds and hundreds. There are thousands of stories. They're coming in from all over the world, from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and many tourists at numbers that we have never seen before. You've never seen these numbers before, Art. You never saw these numbers before. Have you? You've never seen anything like this. This is unique, at least with you. It's unique. We cannot let this happen to our country. It will not end well unless Donald J. Trump is elected the 47th president of the United States. Thank you. All right, we'll get him out. We'll get it ready. We'll bring back our country in many ways. That's one way. But to me, that's like one of the most important ways. Well, we'll also stop World War III. That's an important way. There has never been an invasion like this in any country. There's never been an invasion like this. There's never been a border like this. No matter where you go in the world, throughout history, there's never been a border like this. And the fake news media will correct me if that's the case. I'll tell you what, there's never been anything like what's happening to our country in history, because no leader of a country is as stupid as the two people that are leading our country. In fact, our leadership, if you think about it, is non-existent. I mean, where's Biden? Do you think he lies awake at night, turning and tossing on finding a way to stop the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine? I don't think so. He hasn't spoken to Putin in years. I will get that war settled as president-elect. And I'm telling you, this is true. Kamala, a committed Marxist, you know, her father's a Marxist professor, will be far worse than crooked Joe Biden. She's going to be worse because he doesn't really believe it. She does. She does believe it. And she'll go back to no fracking and all the other things we talked about. She'll go back to them on day one. But on day one of my administration, I will stop this invasion. I will seal the border. I will end the harassed migrant flights. And I will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Right? Have no choice. We have no choice. Thank you. Thank you. We will not allow our country to be destroyed. They're destroying our country. We will get the criminals out, and we will not let them back into our country. We're not going to let them back in. They're staying out. You know, the other countries are doing this. You know that. And this is all over the world. This isn't just South America. This isn't Honduras alone and Guatemala, El Salvador, Mexico. This is all over the world. The Congo in Africa comes. A lot of people coming from the Congo, but Africa, they're coming, Asia, the Middle East, and South America, but they're coming from all over the world. And they're coming from prisons and they're coming from jails. We're not going to let this happen to our country. Another terrible effect of the Harris migrant invasion, and she's the one that wanted it more than Biden. Biden didn't know what the hell was happening. He said, oh, that sounds like a nice idea. Is that it is driving housing costs through the roof. You know that, right? You're affected by that. Fewer than 5 million new houses were built in the last 3 years, yet Kamala Harris has imported 21 million illegal aliens who are now disproportionately occupying lower-income rental properties. So think of it. We built 5,000 units, 5 million units. Think of this. They started in a little community where they did 5,000. That was quite nice. Then they go to 5 million units, but we have 21 million people came in. None of them are going to be paying a lot of rent, I can tell you that. Because a lot of those people are people that shouldn't be here. Some should, but a lot of them are people that shouldn't be here. As just one example, a vivid one, look at the explosion in rent in Springfield, Ohio, where Kamala has resettled the 20,000 Haitians. There's a chart up here someplace. I don't like that as much as the chart that I had in Butler, PA. That was my fault. That was my favorite chart. Now, that was my favorite chart. We still have that. That was a great, beautiful chart. The red, the yellow, right? And the blue. That was my all-time. That is going to be my all-time favorite chart. I don't care what chart I look at over the years. I will sleep with that chart every single night. But look at the numbers and look at the way those lines are. They're totally out of control. When I return to the White House, we will require that all companies receiving federal housing subsidies to verify citizenship. We're going to verify citizenship. We're going to make sure that it's a legal residency. And as a condition of their rental agreements, they're going to have to do all of it. Taxpayers will not subsidize apartment rentals for illegal aliens, and we will not permit illegals to drive up the cost for Americans in need. In addition, I will ban all mortgages for illegal aliens. You can't have it. Now in California, under Gavin Newsom, you know, they want to give illegals mortgages. They want all illegals. How about all illegals get a mortgage? You don't get any mortgage, they do. This is the first part of my plan to restore housing affordability in America. Kamala Harris is killing the American dream, but with your vote this November, it's going to be the most important election ever in the history of our country. We are going to bring back the American dream bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Going to bring it back. Under my leadership, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world. Before the pandemic, we raised real median household income by $7,684, a record per family. We achieved the lowest Hispanic American unemployment rate and the lowest Hispanic American poverty rate in the history of our country. And Hispanic American household wealth and home ownership reached the highest level ever recorded. Thank you very much. I like you. But now Arizonans are experiencing an affordability crisis, and this is a crisis of historic proportions. Do you agree? You know that. You know what's going on in this area in particular. Today, not a single major city in Arizona is considered affordable, not one. When I was president, nearly 2/3 of the homes in Phoenix were considered affordable for families making the median income. Think of it, 2/3, and now it's none. Today, the number of homes that are affordable for those middle-class families is down to a number that you don't even want to hear. It's almost like nothing. Here are the other pillars of my plan to end this nightmare and help millions of Arizona families afford the house of your dreams. We will rapidly reduce inflation by slashing energy costs. We're going to slash energy costs, taxes, and we are going to slash regulations. By quickly defeating inflation, we will in turn bring interest rates down very fast. When I was president, interest rates were hovering around 2%. You got a mortgage. Oh, look at that guy, the big guy. Stand up. Look at the shoulders on him. You got a mortgage at around 2%. That's right, you. How many people have a... Who else looks like that? Nobody gonna mess with him, right? Nobody gonna mess with that guy. But he was happy when I said to Lord, you got a good mortgage. I can see a lot of other people did. Today, the mortgage rates are at 10%, 11%, 12%. You can't get the money. We're going to bring it down very fast. We're going to bring energy down. We will drive down the rates so you will be able to pay 2% again, and we will be able to finance or refinance your homes drastically at much lower costs. You do a refinancing or a financing if you're looking. This step alone will save Arizona families between $800 and $1,000 per month on their mortgage for a typical home. Under Comrade Kamala Harris, your electricity bills here in Arizona rose an estimated almost 100%. It's the largest increase anywhere in the country. Did you know that? Congratulations, you're number one in the... Oh, that's right. That's not good. No, congratulations. You're number one in the country for the increase in your electric bills. What the hell is going on? As president, I will end the Harris-Biden war on American energy on day one. And under my plan, it is my goal to cut your energy costs by 50% in the first year. 50%. Remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation in the world. More than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia. We will slash the cost of heating, air conditioning, gasoline, electricity. And by bringing down the price of energy, we will defeat inflation and reduce the prices, which are through the roof right now. People can't afford cereal. You got to see, it's so sad when you see people being interviewed and they buy 3 apples and they walk away from the cashier and they bring an apple back because they can't afford it, and it happens all the time. Upon taking office, I will also sign an executive order directing the immediate termination of every single unnecessary rule that is impeding housing construction and driving up the costs of housing. Government regulations are responsible for more than 25% of the cost of a new single-family home and 40% of the cost of multifamily homes. Think of it. Regulations costing 40% of the cost, and it takes you years to get it done. We're going to end all of that. I have been a builder my entire life. I understand the problem, and I will fix it. I know how to fix it. Nobody else is going to figure it out. My objective will be to cut the cost of building a new home by 30 to 50%, and much of it is regulation. And in addition, we will open, and this is your great people in this state that are asking me so many times, so many people are asking me to do this. We will open up new tracts of federal land for large-scale housing construction so that we can get housing on the market. About 18% of all land in Arizona is owned by the Bureau of Land Mismanagement. It's actually mismanagement. I have to be careful because, you know, with the fake news media, I can go a whole speech. Stand up here largely without a teleprompter. I don't read them most of the time. But because you'd find it very boring when you read teleprompters. Run, spot, run. Remember I said that? But I could go a whole day. I could go stand up here, talk to you for 2 hours. If I mispronounce one word, like I called mismanagement, I said the Bureau of Mismanagement. Well, I was kidding. They won't say that. They'll say, he's cognitively impaired. No, it's true. Watch, that'll be all over television. Sarcasm for me is the worst thing possible, because when I'm being sarcastic or say something kiddingly, like even the other night, I was talking about how much we won by a certain election a few years ago, and I jokingly said, they won by just a little smidgen. Is it true that you think the election was close because you said just, I said, yeah, I was being sarcastic. It's not good when I imitate Joe Biden not being able to find his way off the stage, which happens all the time. No, it happens all the time. I get decimated by the fake news media, and sometimes they say, look, he can't find his way off the stage either. You have these stages, they have like 4 or 5 stairs, usually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, is this a government-owned building? They have more. They have usually more stairs. But when I do an imitation of that, they will sometimes say, because I called up our great First Lady, I said, how great was my speech tonight? Because they're always on television. You know why? Because they get good ratings. I said, how great was my speech tonight? Did you see the size of that crowd? Oh, and by the way, her crowds are zero. Her crowd, she's got no crowds. They bus the people in. They pay buses to bring people. Nobody here rode in on a bus, I guarantee you that, unless you own it. I said, did you see how great my speech was tonight, darling? How great? She said, well, it was good. I said, what'd you think? Well, I didn't like your hair. Oh. I said, what else? But the people were going crazy. They loved it. Well, yeah, they might have, but you looked really bad. You couldn't find the stairs off the stage. I said, I was imitating that guy. But this is the fake news media, just like these 2 fakers that were up this weekend. I think they really hurt their career. I really believe that. I hope they did. Finally, I will save America's suburbs by protecting single-family zoning. The radical left wants to abolish the suburbs by forcing apartment complexes and low-income housing into the suburbs right next to your beautiful house. Right next, you have a beautiful house and they want a nice low-income building to be right next to you. I will end this Marxist crusade. I did it, you know. I did it 5, 6 years ago. I did it. And the suburbs were safe. That's why when they say suburban women maybe don't like Trump, I think they're wrong. I think they love me. I do. I never had problems with women. I never had any problems. But they say suburban women. So they live in the suburbs, and I'm the one that says you can't build a low-income apartment house where people want to do harm when they move in, right next to your beautiful little house, right? And then I hear the women don't like me. The women want strong borders. They don't want to be hurt, molested, killed. They want their family to be safe. They want a strong military so we're not going to be attacked by anybody. Peace through strength. So why wouldn't they like me? Those are the things that I stand for. They want good education. And I'm for choice. They also want choice. Choice is a big thing in education. To get even more relief to American workers, I will massively cut taxes for working families, and we will have no taxes on tips, no taxes on Social Security benefits. No taxes on tips. You remember a few months ago, I announced there will be no taxes on tips. A couple of weeks later, she goes, I'd like to announce that there will be no taxes. Well, why didn't they do this before? In the meantime, they are putting in legislation to make it impossible for these people to avoid paying taxes on the tips. So I don't know what they're going to do, but I think it was a little bit of a copycat, you know, a little bit of a copycat. And also, very importantly, no taxes on Social Security benefits for our seniors. That's a big deal. I don't know, maybe that's even a bigger deal. But I have a big one coming up. So you have the privilege of being the first to hear this, because I'm also announcing, and you remember that, seniors, when you go to vote, because you know what? You've been eaten alive by the stupid inflation caused by energy and caused by their overspending foolishly, their stupid spending. The inflation Reduction Act, they call it. And then they said, well, it was a lie. It was really part of the Green New scam. Okay? Remember that? They said it was a lie. It was a massive spending, trillions of dollars, and it caused inflation, but it also was helped, inflation, by their stupid energy policy. And just so you know, they're doing about what I was doing, but that was 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I would have had it quadrupled by now. They're doing the same thing as I was doing many years ago, but they had to. They were cutting it like crazy. They lost ANWR, the biggest site in the world that I got, Ronald Reagan couldn't get, nobody in Alaska. And they went out and it was terrible. Remember the first part where it was $5, $6, it was going through the roof? And he said, bring back the Trump plan. What did they do? So they got those rigs going again, and we had sort of similar numbers, but mine would have been 4 times, maybe 5 times higher by now. And what they have is they're just steaming along. And let me tell you, if they won the election, right after the election, they're ending all fossil fuel. You're not going to have any, and you're going to find out what bad living is. Today, I'm also announcing that as part of our additional tax cuts, we will end all taxes on overtime. You know what that means? Think of that. Think of that. Think of that. That gives people more of an incentive to work. It gives the companies it's a lot easier to get the people. And, you know, I went to some economists, great ones, and I said, what do you think? They said, it would be unbelievable. You'll get a whole new workforce by doing that. No taxes on overtime. The people who work overtime are among the hardest working citizens in our country. And for too long, no one in Washington has been looking out for them. Those are the people that really work. They're police officers, nurses, factory workers, construction workers, truck drivers, and machine operators. It's time for the working man and woman to finally catch a break, and that's what we're doing, because this is a good one. And I think it's going to be great for the country. So that's why we will be saying that if you're an overtime worker, when you're past 40 hours a week, think of that. Your overtime hours will be tax-free. Okay? Good? You're going to have it, too. And unlike Biden, where he tells you that you don't have to pay your school tuition and he gets rejected, then he goes again and again. Now it's totally gone. Or as they say in politics, it's debunked. It's gone. That was terrible. You know, he kept saying to these students, no more loans, no more loans, which was very unfair to the millions of people that actually paid off their loans over the years. Some of them took 20 years to pay them off, but that's a dead deal. That's totally dead. You know, they tried to revive it 2 weeks ago. That didn't work out too well. That's a totally dead deal. But these will be 3 things that will get done. So if you think about no tax on tips, think of that. Think about this. And the Social Security for our seniors, because the seniors have been destroyed by inflation. It's unfair. And this is like a whole new life for them, because you're talking about a lot of money. So no tax on Social Securities for our great seniors. And this last one is no tax. You work your ass off, no tax on overtime. And that's so good for the employers. One of our economists said, I think that's actually going to bring money into our economy. You know, when I cut taxes, we had the largest tax cut in history. And when I cut taxes with a much lower rate, the following year, we took in more money than we ever took in with a much higher rate. People, the jobs, people work by a lot. But this is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, and misery under the Kamala and Crooked Joe regime, and unleash safety, prosperity, and peace for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, and low inflation so that everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a beautiful home. We will stop the invasion and end migrant crime, support our police, strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield over our country. Much of it will be made right here. Ronald Reagan wanted to do it many years ago, but We didn't, honestly, we're lucky we didn't because we didn't have the technology. Now we do. You see in Israel how it works, and we're going to have the biggest and the best. We make it. We're going to all make it, and a lot of it's going to be made in a place called Arizona. Is that okay? We will keep critical race theory and transgender insanity out of our schools. It's amazing. It's insane. You know, that always gets like the biggest applause. It's like a poll. You're like a pollster. You're like a free poll, I must say. No, but you are. It always gets the biggest because can you imagine your child goes to school and they don't even call you and they change the sex of your child? Think of it. And you know who the leader of that whole thing was? Kamala. And another one that gets a big hand, and it's crazy. We will keep men out of women's sports. How simple. How simple. How simple is that? Did you see the Olympics recently? It was pretty good. But they had the prize fighters, the fighters. And they had the women's fighter. They now have women's boxing. That's a big step, but they have women's boxing. And you had this beautiful young woman from Italy, and she was fighting against a man who transitioned. And there were two of them that transitioned. By the way, shockingly, both happened to win a gold medal, okay? The two transition men won. But the woman from Italy, she's up, and she's a good fighter. And she's up, and she wants to win, and she's going to show that we can take this man or the woman, this transitioned person, they say. I said, what do I say? They said, transitioned person. And I said, fine, I'm going to say that. But she's going to show them. And he goes, for those that don't know much about a left is just sort of a little defensive. Boom. She didn't know what happened. She pulls away. They thought, what happened? She's not. Then she gives it another try, and he goes, boom, with the left. Not the right. This is the one that really hurts, right? Boom. And she goes, I've never been. Then she quit. She walked off. That was the end. She didn't even go there. She just walked off. She said, I could never stay. I've never been hit like that. Then the other fighter, the same thing. So you had two transitioned people fighting. They both easily won gold medals. The greatest is the weightlifting, though. A record that stands for 18 years. And they put an eighth of an ounce here and an eighth of an ounce here on the big barbell. And they got women that are so strong. And this one was going to break the record, and she went up with that thing. She got it, and her parents are right there. And they're going, come on, darling. My wife hates when I do this. She says it's so unprecedented. She's got a great style. No, she goes, do you have to do that thing with the weightlifting? It's so, but people like it, right? Should I do it or not? I tell her that. I said, people love it, but she gets it up here. The parents are right where you're sitting. These beautiful women up here. The parents, mom, dad, they're so proud. She gets, come on, baby, you can do it. You saw it. Boom. Can't do it. She couldn't get it up. Then a guy comes up. They asked him outstage, have you lifted before? Not much. No, just sort of started. And he said, oh, good luck, sir. I mean, ma'am. And he goes up, looks down. Give him a gold. How crazy is it? Or the swimmers. How about the swimmers? You have the greatest swimmers in the world. They want to win. They want to compete. And this one young lady, All-America swimmer, they're all sort of All-Americans or close. And she looks left and she sees young ladies that she's been growing up with because, you know, they meet the top of the peak, right? The top of the peak, the best. She looks left and she sees 5 young ladies that she's grown up with in California and other places. She looks to the right, she sees 4, and this person next to her who's gigantic. Looks like Wilt the Stilt Chamberlain on steroids. And she looks up. She's never seen anything like this, but she's okay because she's like top. And she's going to break that record. She's going to break the Olympic record. This guy had a reach that nobody has ever seen before. So he gets in and he jumps in, they jump in that pool, and she's swimming like crazy. And as you know, you probably heard, they had to take her out. She was seriously injured. You know what injured her? Wind burn. He went by her so fast that she suffered massive wind burn. Very serious problem. He won by a lot. In fact, he was having lunch while the other young ladies were coming. He was enjoying a nice lunch as the rest of them were swimming in. How demeaning to women, right? Demeaning. How ridiculous. How demeaning to women, like they have wrestling. Stand up again. Will you stand up? Right there. You with the Trump. How the hell can a woman... Is there any woman in this audience that wants to take this guy on? All right. No, I love that guy. He wears it. Anybody wears a Trump shirt, I like that guy. He looks okay to me. We will defend the Second Amendment, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with joy and opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Comrade Kamala Harris. I use that term because you know what that term means, right? Communist. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's gone past that. Remember, I used to say, America will never be a socialist country. Actually, they skipped past socialism. They started at communism. We must stop her country-destroying liberal agenda once and for all. So get everyone you know. You got to go vote. You got to get people to vote. Because we want to get a landslide that's too big to rig. You know, if we have the big votes, they can't rig it. They try. They're the most dishonest people. We want to go too big to rig. On November 5th, we will save our economy. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders. And we will always put America first. We will take back our country. Arizona, thank you very much. And God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And an amazing speech by President Trump, of course highlighting the no tax on tips, make housing affordable again, but also really an amazing closing, talking about men and women's sports, putting his signature comedy at the end of it, but really highlighting serious stuff. And here you go once again, President Trump full of energy, doing his dancing with some signature music off of his iPad, if you will, or circulating songs that he does. One of the main highlights today is the breaking news. The fact that he will not, or he has pledged a new policy position of eliminating all taxes on overtime pay right here during his rally in Tucson, Arizona. So a whole new element and constituency potentially, because that would affect people like nurses, first responders, our police and firemen, also those working in food jobs and the industries. So it could create a whole new sector of the economy that was robbed during the COVID pandemic. So it'll be interesting to see how President Trump plans to implement that when he gets back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in the White House. Again, his big new policy position. President Donald Trump has pledged a new policy position of eliminating all taxes on overtime pay during his rally. here in Tucson, Arizona. And more on him. There won't be another debate, according to Trump. He touched on mortgage rates and lowering income housing in the suburbs, and again eliminating those taxes on all overtime pay. So this will affect many people in the work industry. We want to thank our generous sponsors for putting us on air today to cover this exciting economic speech here in Tucson, Arizona. The first being Birch Gold, and by texting Trump to 989898, you'll be able to get not only their Birch Gold kit, but also for a limited time, the free Trump silver coin with any purchase that highlights the events of July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. The assassination attempt on President Trump's life. It has fight on it. His epic response flanked by his security detail and the American flag right behind him. But there is massive pandemic funds yet to be spent, and President Biden might do that in his lame duck tenure. Can you imagine an administration pushing hard to spend in their last few months? This surge will be nothing like COVID, will be much more difficult to fight against the inflation taking place. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects that had on the economy just 4 years ago. But there's hope. Text Trump to 989898 for a gold IRA and Birch Gold Group to make sure that you can hedge these inflations. Birch Gold Group, our amazing sponsor here at RSBN. Tax Network USA. Are you struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? The IRS is escalating their surge of collections, adding thousands of new agents and sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off 2020-24 alone. In these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. Yes, $1 billion. Their expertise is your advantage. And they specialize in negotiating with the IRS, and the clock is ticking. So get on this today. Call 800-357-1415 or visit tnusa.com/RSBN. Don't let tax issues overpower you. Get to Tax Network USA today. The Wellness Company. America, listen up. There is another pandemic around the corner. We've got assassination attempts, rumors of civil war, an unstable stock market, and now the looming threat of the bird flu on everyone's mind. Do you know the World Health Organization has planned for a bird flu summit upcoming in October? It's eerily reminiscent of what happened in 2020 and 2021 with the pandemic. And this is the main focus on their agenda: mass fatality management planning. That doesn't send chills up your spine. I don't know what will. But there's good news. You don't have to be one of the unfortunate, unprepared people. The Wellness Company created the Contagion Emergency Kit, and every home in America should have at least one of these. This Contagion Kit is packed with life-saving medication like ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics like Z-Pak, and it's all backed by experts like Dr. Peter McCullough. So in times like these, having your Contagion Emergency Kit will save your life by preparing your family now. Go to twc.health/RSBN and grab your Contagion Emergency Kit today. That's twc.health/RSBN. Grab that kit right now. Use code RSBN to save $45, and the kits are only available in the United States. So make sure to do that today. Tennessee land. People are moving in droves, and that's how they're voting, with their feet, first and foremost. The big growth story in America has been the volunteer state of Tennessee. And who doesn't love Nashville? Everybody I know is moving there practically, with a 0% state income tax, a pro-business, hands-off government approach, spectacular countryside, fun neighbors, fun cities. What's not to love about the volunteer state? American freedom is alive and well in Tennessee. If this sounds good to you, right now go to Tennessee Land and Lakes, selling off large acreage properties just outside of Nashville. From popular destination spots of 5 acres with cozy cabins, quiet woods, only $109,900. I mean, can you believe that? How low that is? Some properties even going for nearly $90,000. Think about 18 acres, riding trails in horse country. Right around $160,000. I mean, these prices are unheard of, super private, and it's your best way to camp, invest, and have the best of both worlds. The countryside mixed with access to Nashville, one of America's favorite cities. Learn more about this great opportunity of buying in Tennessee by visiting www.866-345land.com or call 866-345-LAND. Forget Wall Street. Buy something not only in Main Street, but in the American countryside, the volunteer state of Tennessee. American Finance. Mortgage rates are dropping and are now in the low 5s. So if you're waiting to figure out how to get your finances in order, call the experts over at American Finance today. A lot of us are carrying massive credit card debt, and with these interest rates, President Trump talked about it in his speech, it's time to get rid of those. American Financing salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you to get their home's equity under control. He talked about the big guy right near the front row over there who probably has a high interest rate on his home. They're saving their average customer $800 a month by doing this. And with the rates dropping, this decision is really easy. All it takes is a 10-minute phone call, no obligation, no cost to you, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. So call the professionals at American Financing, 888-402-0299. That's 888-402-0299. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. Free Trump book. The best-selling kids guide to President Trump's is available for free to viewers just like you at home. The guide has been updated for this year and explains Trump's policies. That includes policies on immigration. We talked a lot about that today. So did President Trump, highlighting what's happened to these families, the victims of illegal immigration, and the crazy policies at our southern border. We're only 57 miles north of that as we speak. Think about Laken Riley, the beautiful nursing student who was murdered off of University of Georgia's campus in February. Just a terrible situation. As a result, more and more Americans are backing President Trump's border policies for safety and security. But the Kids Guide to President Trump will help not only children know these issues, but maybe your neighbors next door who aren't following policy and culture that closely. So go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. Get yours today. And thank you to our donors at home. If you are so moved by the coverage you've seen today and throughout the campaign season, we'd be honored to have your small donation or a large donation. And as President Trump says with the campaign, if you can't donate right now, we understand cost of living is tough, but to have this great coverage almost every day and to have this unbridled content coming to you nearly every single day of the week of all of the Trump rallies and remarks and the different events he shows up at, we can only do it by generous viewers like you and our sponsors. We are your 2024 election headquarters, and to have all this comprehensive coverage would be really an honor if you're able to donate to Right Side Broadcasting today. So please visit our exclusive updates that can be straight to your inbox at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. And if you love our content and want to continue to support our mission, please consider donating at rsbnetwork.com/donate. We truly appreciate your support at home. And of course, our friends over at MyPillow. Thank you to Mr. Mike Lindell and everything he does there to fight the cancel culture and to get you American-made products for your home, whether it is the famous MyPillow or the different sandals, beach towels, their 6-pack towel set, all going for $25 right now, these special deals. And we will be able to get that to you over at mypillow.com/RSBN. We want to thank you for being with us in Tucson, Arizona today. For my colleagues at Right Side Broadcasting, I'm Bobby McNeely. We'll see you in Las Vegas just tomorrow. God bless and good night.
Hi, folks. RSBN founder and CEO Joe Steele here. Did you know there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right, there's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. If the president is able to push these funds out, we could see another prolonged inflation surge, just like during COVID. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects that high prices had on most Americans. But there's hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings in uncertain times. To see how to protect your IRA or 401k, get your free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Birch Gold makes it seamless to roll over your retirement account while preserving your tax advantage status. Don't wait for the president's spending spree to tank the dollar further. Protect your financial future now. Text Trump to the number 989898 for your free info kit from Birch Gold.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk. Don't forget to catch the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show right here on RSBN. That's right, RSBN. Now that's Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay? See y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids magazine and activity book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.